In a small town where the folks all know her name, there's a girl named Joy with a heart of gold in her veins. She's a 24-karat diamond in a world so plain, a pure and precious soul, trustworthy, never vain. She's a champion, fearless in her own domain. You find her on the battlefield playing DayZ, noble game. With her coffee in hand, never missing a single aim. She's the definition of grace, etching memories that'll never fade. Kuppa Joy, she's the girl they adore. 24-karat charm down to earth to the core. She's a champion at DayZ, coffee and more, leaving an impression forever in our hearts. She'll soar.
Hey Chad, hi everyone. Thank you for joining me today. Today you have the pleasure of meeting two of my good friends, Static, and of course the one and only Tony. So we're gonna be playing on the aisle with them. I can't wait, guys. Okay, here we go. Also, I'm so sorry, Chad. I don't know how to turn off my Discord message, so it's going crazy, and I started the stream and I just don't know how to do it, and so it's gonna be like you guys will probably be hearing sound, but give me a second. Okay, Chad, I think I did it. Okay, so there should not be any kind of sound at all coming your way and my way while I'm playing. Yay! Okay, let me turn this on. Back on right here.
In the gun and all.
There we
I
go.
wonder if
Sorry.
the 60. Yep. I wonder if the 60 round standardised mag will fit.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, that'll fit as well. Good. But it's the same price, so you can get only the coupled.
So what's
The
the
same.
oh yeah, yeah.
About
then-
2,000 each.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait right
I
here for
want
them, and then
two, one for you, one for me.
let me tap out and
Does
tell
it come with the ammo or not?
everyone that I'm live.
Yeah, they
here.
should
So
come
just give me
full.
a few more seconds. Sorry, chat.
Alright.
If not,
Yeah.
this guy here will have the ammo.
Yeah, it looks like it's got ammo in it. Here's a magazine for you. As I put it in my gun.
Okay.
Right. So
Thank you.
it's the try
we
calling
go.
on that.
Let's put a little bit of happy face on that message.
I can get attachments
There
for
we go.
these foregrips and stuff.
And send.
I have there are foregrips in the car that fit that weapon.
Oh,
There's
okay,
a
cool.
CQB and a vertical foregrip. Just in the trunk. What else?
Yeah.
What other attachment do you need for that one? That comes with the dog?
Probably a bloody suppressor on the thing,
like
because I
they're
can
just
imagine it
getting
could be
ready.
noisy, any.
So I have a few minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Optics. Also want an optic for it.
We are in
Reflex.
aisle. Give me music.
ICOG 6x48.
Look at all these people.
How much is
Look!
that? 2,500.
Isn't
How
this
much money
exciting?
have I
There's
got?
so many people here.
4,000.
Let's see. Do we know anyone here?
Boy. You ain't got any suppressors, have you?
Akashi.
I think I have sold
I don't
all
think I know
suppressors,
him.
but we could find easily suppressors. That won't be a problem. I think
Yeah.
it
No,
will
I don't
be
think I
probably
saw
one of the
him.
first things we'll find in
I
a
know a
military if we
Kakashi.
go.
Mr.
Cool.
Clean. Who's Mr. Clean?
Where do I sell this old sleeping bag that I've
Why
got?
does he have a red name?
Check in the
Okay.
base building, I think.
Okay, I've got a
Static.
sleeping bag.
We can
It's
search
heavy.
it.
Okay. We don't know. We don't know.
And I've got
Nope, we
that
don't know
box,
these
the
people.
table lamp round kit.
They have a P2P market, so that's good.
Okay.
Hang on. Just
I
gotta
like Al's name.
do
He
something
puts
back in a second.
A-L and capitalized letter. Okay, this guy's the guy that sells the vehicle.
Just had to close the
Ooh,
door
they
because my
got
wife is
a
moaning.
bus.
No problem.
I love buses.
If you want, give me the stuff you want to sell. I'll sell it really fast for you and give you the money.
Look,
Oh, okay.
look at this.
Right, you got enough inventory space?
Yep.
Amazing.
You drop in those shoes? Okay.
Yeah, I found them.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, we got our guns ready.
Did you want that mosing or I ended up with?
Do we have any
No,
questions
I'm good.
for
Thank
the
you.
server? Let's see. I don't think I have any questions.
I have found a PKP we can use. We just need to find the mag for it. Because it costs 100k
Right here.
if you want to
Oh.
buy the mag.
Oh, let's put
It's pretty
this
expensive,
here.
isn't it?
Yeah, I have found one and sold it. I know we can find more.
762 by 51 as well. Oh, of course. A snaffer. What does that take, I
Look
wonder?
at all these cars. I mean,
762 by
amazing, right?
51 millimeter.
we better stay
I'm gonna
right here.
start
Nobody
selling
runs us
this
over.
stuff you gave me. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
It's popping. There's like over 100 people on this server. Popping. Okay. And I like it because it's a normal. I don't want
Okay,
to say
I
normal.
got 15,000.
Oh, you
for
know
that.
what? On this,
Okay,
The
sword,
cool.
it
shoes,
could actually
I haven't
hold your
sold them, but I
stuff.
think they cost
I don't know how you use
probably
it though.
a couple of hundred, maybe. You have something else for sale, or that's it?
I don't know. I
Actually,
was
ask
wondering what
Tony
to do with
later
this
how this
mosing, but
works.
it's badly damaged.
Well, you could leave it in the storage if you're not sure what to do with it. We have a gun cleaning kit if you want to repair it as well.
Go like that.
And that takes 762 by
There's
54,
no
if I'm not
story.
mistaken.
So, name.
Hang on. Just gonna have a look, see if I can find a mag for it.
Browse. Deposit. What does that do? Oh, so you could take your stuff.
Ah, hang on.
And I guess you could put it in the. You could.
Does it only show
Yeah,
the
I cannot
mags that
sell
work
the
with it?
shoes.
Look, survivor dog tag. I have a dog
Correct,
tag.
yep.
I didn't even know that.
I'm just wondering if it's the right mag. Snafu SR3.
So I have one of
Doesn't
each
tell me
of
what.
this, and then I could save it. This
Hmm.
item store 15.
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Okay, so 15
What do you
only.
think
I have
goes on this?
13. I guess you can't store
Let me see it.
everything. It looks like. And so you could deposit that.
SR25
And get it later,
max.
I assume.
Yeah, I couldn't see any.
Okay, let's exit that. I don't want to.
Yeah, you know, it's easy if you
Oh no, my
you
connection's
can
yellow
use
on
the
the left.
search bar in the top. On-click sellable. Make sure you have on-click that option and then search SR25
It's JoJo.
and you will have
Oh, hang
option
on,
for
yeah,
magazine,
SR25
suppressor.
mag.
Let's go get some water,
Whoa,
which is
Yes.
8 grand.
the wells over here. Oh, is there anything good in
Need
the back?
5308.
Yep,
Oh,
you're right.
there's a knife. Oh, it's barely damaged.
Very similar to the weapon you have,
Oh,
I think,
spark
because
plug.
it is
Yeah, I was just
semi-auto.
thinking that.
Tony might need that for his vehicle. We'll save
Right.
that for him.
There's
We
moldy
need to
food
get
on as
you,
well.
be careful, yeah. Pick up the weapon. Alright.
Do I need some ammo?
Right,
I
let's
think
take
I'm
the
okay.
scope off it.
I have all this. I'm using
Hey,
Let's
Kuppa,
see.
I found another drum magazine for you. It's in the
Oh.
trunk.
Okay.
And there is a butt stock as well for your
Oh, there
weapon.
you are.
Food.
Okay. Where's it
Yeah,
at?
please, if you have.
In the
Who do
trunk
I
of the
sell the
car.
gun to?
The guy with the cowboy hat.
Yeah. Right, sellable.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
I don't see it, Tony.
It's in the inside of the backpack. In the lower, at the bottom. There's a few butt stocks. The magazine.
It's inside the backpack?
Couple of four. Yeah, but not the one that is. I mean the stack 6SH. Let me pick it up in the hand and I will give it to you. Here it is. And
Okay.
this is
Just one,
also
right?
for your weapon.
Just one, right?
Yep.
Okay. And
Yeah.
this one. Oh,
And this is,
nice,
I think,
Tony.
is for the. Yeah. There is another one in the trunk. It's different. I don't know which one you
okay.
like better, but.
I like this one. Let me see if it works. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, you know what? I found a spark plug. I'm gonna put it in the bottom next to the other spark plug. There it is.
Good. Yep. Nice.
Okay, let's close this. Do you still need it open?
Nope.
Right. Let's move that 60 round mag up in my inventory so I can actually find it.
I love 308 as a zombie gun. Love 308.
Right, where are you? Oh, there you are.
Ready? Got
Yeah, just
your ammo and everything?
that's a good
I need
point.
to
No, I
find another
didn't
one
buy
of
no.
these. Just in case, universal suppressor.
Right,
Just in
who's the
case.
ammo? Is it the dude who sells the guns?
Yes.
Oh, we gotta give this
Yeah.
some of this to Tony.
308, yes.
Where's
Boy. Oh, the box go. Oh,
I'm gonna send you the 15,000 by over the bank. Yeah.
Let's stand right here. Let's see. Okay, that goes to Tony. This is our.
right, did that work out? I
This
wanted it
one.
to. Where's all the 308 rounds gone? Oh,
And then this will be our emergency one. Here we go. Yeah, look, we have this gun right here, just in case. This is our just in case.
Oh, it sounds
gun.
single bullets at a time. Joke.
No, you
Oh,
can
right.
sell. You can buy the amount you want. Just click
Yeah.
and then you can write the number.
Do we need any food? No, we
Yeah, I
have.
just thought it was
we're
random. It will
okay.
sell you single bullets.
Yeah, that will be a bit complicated.
Hey Tony, come over here. I'm gonna drop some ammo for you. There you go. There's 32.
Thank you. Nice. Thanks.
And 556.
Yeah, Tony likes the 5.56. This one right here. I have the gun for it too, but so I just left myself 80 just in case. I thought I had that gun too. 5.56. Yeah, right here. See, this one. This is my emergency one. Just in case, you know.
Oh, I can't buy any of that. I ain't got enough money. What did you do with the money, Tony?
What
Did you give it?
I send
you give
it
me
to
the
you
money?
to your bank
Ah.
account. No, I send it to your
Ah.
bank account.
Cool. I thought
Send
you...
you 15,000.
Now I can buy the ammo. Right.
Okay.
I can buy a box of ammo. That's useful.
Is this 308? Why is it down here?
How many did you get in a box?
We're all positive. You know what's weird is that I'm all
5, 5,
positive
6
and I
by
went on a
45
different
and it
server
for normal.
and I tested
yeah.
my blood and I'm all positive on there too.
In a
It's so
while
weird.
since I've
You know?
played DayZ, so I want...
Brooke
Right.
Davis, thank you for the follow.
Right, what are we doing then?
Okay, I was thinking about, well, basically we can go looting or probably go buy a boat and go to an island that is north west on the map. I think it's called, let me see, North Heaven. Yeah. I
Who is the
think there is
Pokemon
military.
card person?
Oh, nice. You can sell the Pokemon cards by P2P trader.
Oh yeah, I think I remember you
About
saying.
10,000 each pack,
Okay, I'm gonna
around
take
that price.
I'll do in a bit.
Let me take these off, chat. I'm sorry. There. You guys seen all the marks already, so. Oh look, a Halle! Somebody's rich. Here we go. So Tony is Montana. Tony Montana. And Static is a friend that I met through Tony a while back.
You got the lag problems, Toner.
I don't think he plays very often.
Yeah, I got a little bit like problems getting out of the safe zone, I guess.
About 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we can get to the boat trader in about that time.
we're gonna buy a boat. I think Tony's gonna buy a boat. He's been here the longest. Yesterday I started it. No, not yesterday.
You
The
found a
day
tank.
before I played. I think like 3 hours on here with him, and that was it. And we looted, and then yeah. So I got a little bit of money, but not a whole bunch. Not very rich. I'm poor. But the guns he had collected them, so he gave me, I think I forgot which gun he gave me. He gave me the 338. And then he gave me one of the zombie gun. So we have lucky number 7 as a slot that we haven't put anything in yet. Slot. I tend to say that word incorrectly. So we need to put something though. You know what I noticed also? Oh, okay. Okay, so you could make the blood bag, and I find a lot of medical stuff, but I can't find the IV. Okay, see this? You could find, I'm sorry, you could find, I can't find the IV. Oh, he made one, IV saline. I can't find these. I could find, let's see. What is it? What's
I think my
that other
computer's
kind called?
chilling
I
playing
forgot.
this.
I think I put it in here. Maybe he gave it to Static. Anyways,
Not getting
so
hot?
I don't have
No,
a
nothing at
bag
all.
like this. I need to make a bag like this.
Nice.
IV bag. At least I have
Mind you, I
2
did
blood bags. I'll be
ramp
okay.
my front fans up a tiny bit.
Yeah, and I put oh, it must be in the bottom. I put multivitamins in here, and because I only need one of everything, but I don't know where it went. Maybe maybe he showed that. We need to find a gas canister so I could
I
cook
bet this
food.
one doesn't have a player list, does it? Because no server finger.
Last time we killed some wolves, but I couldn't cook the food.
Yeah, there is a players list. You can see it in the map. When open the map.
Oh yeah.
Static, do you like that this server is like popping? There's a lot of people on.
Yeah, I did notice.
That's nice, huh?
Ah, there he is. Just having a look, see if I see any names that I recognise.
Oh no, I'm red. My connection's red. Come on, don't be red. See, on the left, it's red. Don't drop me. Do
Some of these
not
names
drop
I
me.
play Tarkov. I don't know if that's something you should admit, is it?
Whee! Oh.
Okay. Damn, I'm having a little bit of trouble with lag.
Somebody sound
Hopefully it's going to be better after a restart.
Where are we headed? I've had.
We going to boat trader south from here. I don't know, we have to go all the way south through multiple towns. I think we're approaching the bridge at the moment.
Yeah.
Static, do you drink coffee in the morning?
Say again, sorry.
Do you drink coffee in the morning?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I do, mate.
Oh, I love coffee in the morning.
Good coffee's good. Can't drink instant though, that's vile.
I can't drink instant too. I hate instant coffee.
Yeah, it's never the same. And good coffee.
It always just tastes burnt. Thinking of drinks, I'm just going to go and get one. Back in a sec.
Okay.
Okay. Alcatraz.
We are
Is there
in
a boat garage in
Wildboro,
Alcatraz?
right?
Let me look. We are.
There
Yes,
should be
yes.
a boat garage.
We're above that.
Good.
I forgot what Alcatraz is already. I haven't been on this map so long, it's weird.
Yeah, many people is trying to get there, and that's one of the locations I definitely want to visit. But probably after we loot a little bit more and get more money,
Alcatraz, you mean?
better weapons. Yes, Alcatraz, because there is AI in Alcatraz. So
Okay.
we need to have need to have a vest and a good helmet at least, and probably a couple of weapons.
I ain't got a
Hi, Taco!
flak vest.
Look at the car. Taco the cat is here. She's amazing.
Yeah,
I've
we'll
only got a
probably
vest
find
vest.
a vest in the
She's like a
military
dangerous
areas. I found
lady.
mine looting
Meow! Look out for her.
very close to the black market.
Oh, I
If
need
you
to get a
see
different
Taco
bag as well,
Cat
don't I? Because this one's
and
got no
DayZ,
weapon
look
slots.
out. You're gonna die.
Yeah, with 75,000 or 100k, we can buy you one
She goes meow.
that holds
As
weapons,
soon as you hear meow,
and it's about
you're
the same
dead. Sorry,
capacity.
guys.
I've got to try not to get killed. I've got a 17,000 number.
I'm giving her a prop to that. Like she goes,
Yeah.
you go pow, and you're dead, and she goes meow. Hey Tony and Static, have you guys ever been to Alcatraz in real life?
Too far from me, mate. It's all the way over America side. Be interesting to go and look around though.
Next time I go to Alcatraz, I need to take a video. Won't that be
You been
amazing?
there?
Yeah, I've been to Alcatraz.
Nice.
Yeah, they take like a little ferry across the river because you can't swim, you know. Of course you can't swim. And then, you know, you visit it's like a prison. So you visit the cell and all that. And then they give you like a tour and they explain, you know, everything to you and how it is and, you know, the history of it all. It's interesting.
I think there is only one or two guys that escaped from there, right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. I don't know their name. I forgot. You
Yeah,
know.
I think they were brothers or something like that. Can't remember, but yeah, I have seen a TV show about it once.
That was weird. I just flipped my view and ended up under the car. I was like, huh? What was that? I'm finally decided to drink all that cider that I got for Christmas.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, this is the
Chat, sometimes, I don't
one of the
understand the
last
English
few.
accent. Like,
I've got two more in the
It-
fridge and then it's all drunk.
it sounds like sexy, but at the same time, like, what did you
Thatcher's
say?
Rascal, Somerset cider.
What's a soda? That sentence right there.
Okay, we got 5 minutes before restarts. Maybe we can park a little bit ahead before restart happens. Me. Lock the car.
Yes.
Probably
in the
stop
case.
outside this town, ain't it? We could always
Okay,
go in the
let's-
police station and have a look in there.
Oh yeah.
Because it's just down
think
there, the
there's
police
probably-
station is. Whoa,
Oh, okay.
you found rubbish.
Rubbish. Rubbish.
Tony, your guns must be really long because it's sticking through the floor of the car.
I just noticed the thing. What is that hanging? It's a fucking gun. Okay, let's park here.
Oh, police station.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm.
close it. There's nothing here. Somebody came through here. Oh, look. Flashbang.
Walking into you.
Don't shoot me, please.
I'll try not to.
Oh, ballistic vest in here.
Ah, useful.
Nothing up here.
Oh, where did that go?
But the thing is, that's smaller than the one you have.
Yeah.
I've never been up here. Wonder if there's anything up here. Okay. Nothing there. Oh, you think I could jump from here to that roof? But I can't get down, huh? Never mind.
Oh, it holds grenades though. It's semi-useful.
Okay, 2 minutes. It's gonna happen.
Okay, gonna disconnect
Okay.
and be right back.
I'll see you guys back in like 5 minutes.
Okay, mate. See you in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Chad. We're gonna go. Be right back. I hope this worked because last time I went be right back, it disconnected me. So I'm gonna. This is our test. Okay. Okay. Be right back.
Right. Let's log and wait then, I suppose.
And
Right.
okay, I'll be back.
Oh, we're on Twitch, I think. Oh, he's back up.
Okay, I'm back. I'm just gonna get in and then I'll bring you guys in.
Well, the queue's going up quite quick.
Okay, we're still in queue. We're gonna be in a few. Like I said, this server is popping, so just be a second. It's actually going down real quick, so.
I'm loading back in. Oh, I wonder if we've had any zombies spawn. Seems quite quiet. there's not a single thing in this police station. So far, anyway. Oh. USG 45. Might as well have it.
Okay, chat, we're in. Cue you in. Actually, let me. Looks like it's nighttime, so let me set up the gamma real quick. Give me a second before I bring you guys in. It's all set up. Okay, like that. You guys are gonna come in, and then I'm gonna give you gamma. There we go. Okay. And let me put this down. Put this down. And move this over like that so I can see. Okay. I'm in.
Woohoo. The markers are dropped off again for each player, so I'll have to. Somebody knows you.
My God. Oh, it's Cara. Hi, Cara. Carl. Hi, Cara.
Okay, I think we have to add you back.
I can see you on there now.
Okay, and then promote you. That way you
I've been
shouldn't.
promoted. Check me out.
Yeah.
Someone goes, please help me. I'm at airfield and Wolf catch me. Oh
But
my
there's
God.
nothing in
Wolf,
that place
really?
station.
Wolf of the leads.
Second
Yeah,
military
there's
at
nothing in there.
airfield.
I'm just looking at the chat. The guy has been catched by a wolf in airfield, but which airfield? Who knows? Maybe the one, yeah, south from the South Trader, I guess.
He should be worried about the bears, right?
Yeah, well,
No, chat. A while back, I'm always like, oh my God, I'm scared of wolves. And then every time I hear wolves now, I'm
so
like,
guys,
ooh,
what do you think
ooh.
about that idea of going to that island called North Haven?
Yeah, that's cool.
Northwest on the map.
Yeah. Get the boat.
Okay.
Go up there.
Exactly. Get that boat. Well,
Blaze?
trader.
I don't think I
Think
know
we
Blaze. I know
can
Ari.
left the car in there.
There's a guy named Steve
What the hell was that in the road?
I don't know. I don't
Why do
have
I
idea.
hear
Looked
that
like
last name?
some barbecue
Owen.
or something like that. Middle of the road.
Owen. Oh, it's not Owen. I'm sorry. I know a person with a similar last name.
Somebody else had been here. There was a dead zombie.
Maybe that's not the real name. I wonder what's a Steve Owen. Whose name is that?
Oh, I find out how to play the music.
Oh, nice. I can't go past 5% in sound.
Trying to work out what it is.
Because I know that
The tape is called
they'll mute my video
like
if there's music, so I didn't want them to
songs
do that.
from the 90s.
So hopefully
90s greatest hits or something like that.
Sound. Don't cut it out. No sound. Well, I could hear the music a little bit. Oh look, there's a bow on the left. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I recognise the song.
Hi! Ryder, hi! Welcome! Me too,
Can't
I'm
remember who
Mom
sings
too.
it though. I recognise the song for
Do
definite.
you play DayZ? Thanks for the follow, I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I can't remember
I've been
either
looking for...
the name of the artist
Meow!
or the song.
Meow! No! Oh, you don't play DayZ. We're not cats. I think a lot of people think we're cats, but I read a history of it. It's actually not. I don't know. Meow, right? Meow or something? It's not cat, it's... I don't know. Anyway, something like that. What game do you play? I'm glad you found me on Twitch. Oh, you're a cat. Okay. I'm hoping that I'll get recruit some more people. We could play DayZ together, run together. That would be fun. Okay. This is actually the only game I play, so I don't know any other games. I'm so addicted to DayZ. Right now, at least. Okay,
Going into the right way.
Is
that correct, Static? Can you check the map for a second, please?
South Malay to fishing, Valda, or either trader.
I'm not particularly sure where you're supposed to be going, to be fair.
Okay.
Are you going to the boat
We're
trader?
going... Yeah,
We're
it's
currently going
I think
east.
it's around Oceanville. Let me check. Yeah,
you
we're
are
good.
going the right direction, and yeah, carry on.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Do you like it, Ryder?
If you just keep going along this road.
All the way, right?
I'm not sure where the boat trader's all the way at the top. Yeah, just carry on. suppose we'll go over a bridge in a bit and then up through everything.
So Kara says to fish, but I don't want to fish.
As long as there ain't many
That's not
roadblocks.
fun. So we're
And
looting
it's
for guns and stuff.
up at the top of the island, which I'm surprised about. I was expecting to be safe for the island.
Are you enjoying the games that you're playing, or are you just looking, like, are you a long time player on all the games that you mentioned, or is there a particular one that you like more?
I think you need to find some different music though.
Yeah, for sure. I think I have another cassette. I don't know if it works in this radio player on the car, though, because there are like two kinds of tapes.
Yeah, Tony,
and two kind of radio players, I think.
Something a little bit with upbeating, right? Oh, there's a guy right there on the right.
Yeah.
Trying to give himself a run over.
You're gonna give him a ride, did you say?
Hey dude. How you doing?
Oh my god.
Okay. Have fun. See you later.
Oh, okay. Okay, Ryder. Sounds good.
You
Have
just
you ever
heard the
played
music
DayZ?
on the radio. It's gone. These guys are going to go and kill somebody.
Okay. I just started playing DayZ, like, it's been less than a year. No, I think probably a year. It's probably a year. Like, yeah, hitting that 1 year mark, but not, like, it doesn't seem like it's a year, but around a year. Lar is 308, okay. But we're not near trader, so we don't. I think what we need is a heli, but this server is so laggy that I don't know how it's gonna work with the heli.
You're going the right way. You just got to get through there.
Let's look at the map. He's going to. Wait, where are we? There we are. Oh, okay.
Right, at this top corner, stop, because it's the road leading off ahead.
And the next one?
More.
Next one.
Yeah, next one. So the turn's sort of rightish, so where that Humvee is.
Yep, right there, Tony. Right there.
And then you need to, not this right, but the next right.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, the heli. So, I don't know about the heli here.
And carry on up.
Tony, I think getting a heli on this server might be hard, huh?
Wrong way.
Well, probably not that hard. Well, I don't know how much they cost, but I think it's about 6 million or something like that. You can get a heli.
Oh, I guess I said
I don't know
that
if there is
like,
cheaper than that.
I think we're gonna have a hard time flying it because of the lag, right?
Yes, that is
That's what I've
the only thing I am afraid of. Yeah.
Yeah, like lag, and then you know, the heli's gone, you're dead, I'm dead. It's Static's dead.
Yes.
Well,
Yes. Probably
I
both
could
in the
try
car.
flying it. Because I don't seem to be getting any lag at all.
You haven't experienced
Yeah.
it yet. What is this?
Is that a
Oh
car?
yeah, that's his car. Does he have a packing ranch? Oh, there's no packing ranch on this server. I forgot. You can't pack crap.
But that vehicle is completely destroyed. I mean, look like.
Oh, okay.
You want about the one that's upside down in the tree?
Yeah.
Drunk driving, that's where it gets you.
Okay, let's get out of here. Close that.
Check the trunk if you wanna get anything from here before we put the car into the storage.
Okay.
Did we get the battery case we needed for the
I wonder if I
boat?
should take this, the IV.
Maybe.
Take
I'm
that.
gonna get it anyways.
Oh, is he?
And spark plug as well.
Okay, I'll take that. That. I think we're good. Put the sound back.
No, nothing I need
This
in
one
there.
right here. Just in case we die. Hey, Bear! I know, Bear, but this server is so laggy. It's like bad. Oh, is that a person? That's a person? Okay, I thought that was
Yeah,
Yep.
real person.
Oh,
Oh, an
that's the
ATM, that's
trader
useful.
person down there. Oh, look, he's swimming. Jack. I could never
And a
get
man
up
swimming.
on these steps right here.
In hazard
Oh,
gear.
he's in gear. And he's gonna get his car. Oh, there's the car. Tony, did you put your car away yet? Because this guy's trying to put his car out.
No, I'm trying to do it, but it told me that I need to be the last driver.
Oh, it's
Now
gone.
it's
It's gone.
away.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Boat choose at your own risk.
Yeah. Drive at your own risk.
Which one are you going to buy, Mike?
Tony's gonna buy
I
a
think the
boat
Waller
plus.
at the
We're
moment.
gonna
I would
go
like to get
boat
the
ride.
speedboat, but I only have
Bear,
400,000.
do you miss playing
Yeah, you've been
DayZ?
working hard.
Because you've been working so hard. Look at this car.
How many
This
people
car's
can we fit in
amazing.
the Waller?
Look, it's amazing because look,
Do you
somebody
know?
die and like try to get
Well,
in by
in
the
case
fingerprints and all that stuff.
I'm wondering how much people can we fit in the boat? Can't
On the
remember.
whaler,
The white one. The Whaler. Yeah, I think
at
it's
least
4
4,
people.
I think, yeah.
Let me
Because
get
you've got
to
the pilot's seat,
ATM.
you've got, sure, it's got 2 back seats and 1 front.
Yeah.
We're gonna go on a ride. We're gonna go on a boat ride. Oh, I know. I miss you and Possum so much. We're the 3 amigos.
I like his pet crow on
It
his
seems like
shoulder.
forever, you know, since we played together. Like
You got a
year.
pet pro?
Like
Look at the man.
eternity.
Who's the boat vendor?
Oh, look. Nice. Okay, where is the boat now? It's in
No,
the
have you got
storage?
slip
Oh.
or anything?
Maybe it's in storage. Go to that post. Yeah, right there. Yeah, see if you could pull it out.
Oh, I see it. It's under the water. Look.
Where?
Well, I don't know if that.
Oh,
I see
yeah.
one down there.
It seems to be coming up, maybe.
It's not in park. It's not in the garage right
Here
here.
it comes.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Go, Tony! How many seater is that?
That was was asking. I think we're thinking maybe 3 or 4. I don't know.
Okay, let me
One
come over
sitting
there.
here. I think it's a 2-seater, in fact.
I'm sat at the front. I'm sure there's 2 seats at the back.
Oh.
There's the pilot's seat.
There we go.
And there should be 2 on the rear.
Oh, yeah. I can get sit in here through. Okay, I'm gonna install the
Hold
lock
on, let me get in.
for this. Yep. You just have to look in this corner where I'm standing, but look from the back side.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in. Yeah! It looks so funny and awesome at the same time. Oh,
Yeah.
am I in the wrong seat?
No, you're good. I just don't find the prompt. Can't find the prompt for to install this the car lock. Okay, I think I.
Do I need to move?
Well,
I think I'm in the wrong seat.
no.
Hold on.
No, you're driving. You're good.
I'm not.
Just turn on the thingy.
What's Tony's? Tony, you drive.
Okay. Okay, I found the thing for Dutch. There. Okay.
Cool.
It's gone again. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, I think when we got to our destiny, we do that.
If you see someone acting like a player but there is no name display, it's an AI.
Don't forget to take the handbrake off.
Hold on, I
That's
don't know
not
how
true,
to
'cause-
drive it. It's
Because I saw a
going
person right
reverse
there
without
and
any
there's no name
advice.
right
It should
there,
be
and they
shift
say
and
hi.
control, I think, but let me check the controls. The key bindings.
I say hi to them.
I vaguely remember how to drive them. Unless I've got different controls on here.
Tony, is there where we're going, is there AI?
No, it's
Okay.
no AI.
Just so I know.
Okay, watercraft, maybe. Mouse will up. It's the same controls.
Our friend, oh, Bear.
I bet she couldn't
you
catch
didn't
it on the
play
floor.
Nihand with me, Bear. It was, a Hippo, Z and me. Hip, if you're around, I don't know if you are. Ari and Kara are on here. I enter and she goes, "Hi, Kuppa," and I was like, "Oh my god, small world." And Blaze, I don't know who Blaze is. She said Blaze. I don't think I met a Blaze. But yeah, they're on here. I think it seems like they might have been here for a while, so. We're going on a ride. Okay, let's look at the map and see what Tony's taking us. Okay.
Where are we going again?
Where are we going, Tony?
We're going to North Haven, Iceland. Look northwest corner of the map. Big Iceland. It has
the no-fly
military. No, we're not going to no-fly zones at the moment because all of them have gas and AI. The only one we could go is Alcatraz. which is not far from here, in fact. But then we're gonna have to fight the AI, and I think it's good to go there, but full of weapons, good weapons to sell. We can sell each one for in between 30,000 or even 90k or stuff like that for each.
Cool.
So.
Oh, there's a little map on the right-hand side. I didn't even notice that. Hi, Y. We're starting early today. Glad to see you. We are on Deerisle with our friend Tony Montana and Static.
How's the lag?
Well, it's not being a problem yet. I'm worried about these shallow waters at the moment.
I'll come away from the islands a bit.
Oh.
Oh. I haven't driven a boat since
Okay,
since
we did
I
it.
played with possum and bear.
And to go to the right, to go under that bridge somewhere. Oh no!
Tony, get back on!
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
That
do
was
stand up.
hilarious, Tony. He got up.
Well,
What
thanks
was
God
going
we
on
didn't
and
crash.
stuff? Oh my goodness.
Never crashed a boat. Accident.
Well-
I think you accidentally sunk my boat, or my
We're
boat
going
sunk
to
by
an
itself.
island that you can't get to. He
Yeah, I
said
think you
can't
can
get to it
sink it if you
unless you have
damage
a
it
boat.
too much, or so. Probably glitch it.
So I forgot the name he said, but I couldn't find the name of it. So as soon as it comes up, I'll let you know. So it's
I
all the
wondered
way
if
up
you can actually
north.
go through here.
So this is the map. There's no fly zone with certain
Looks like we
area.
can't.
So
That's what I was thinking. It looks like it's an island in the middle.
let's see.
Gotta go around.
Peninsula.
God, that's a long
Yep.
way around.
There's a
Damn,
dock
it's very long. Yeah.
right there. Looks like a little military on the left.
Do you think we should go to the opposite side?
There's
Go
a dock
around the
right
other
there.
island?
Is there a dock on the other side?
Is there a dock where you can park the boat, you mean?
Yeah, on the other side.
Well, I don't know where other...
No idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a dock right there. Okay, so we're gonna go around. Instead of docking here, this is the dock. Wait, where are we at? No, yeah, right there, right? Yeah. We're gonna go around.
Well, we can always, if we see something interesting on the coast, we could just stop by.
I don't think there's
Check.
very much interesting on the coast.
Oh, why?
Looks like
this
it's
Yeah,
very
there's
map
pretty much
is
nothing.
So
Yeah,
popping.
like an empty area.
Like there's a lot of people on this. It's probably like 100 people. I was in queue too, but the queue is pretty quick. Like it goes in pretty quick. There's a lot of people on this server, which is nice. I like a server with a lot of people, because that way you can meet new people all the time. I tend to be more reserved this time around at meeting people. Whereas before I'm like, hi,
Look, there is
what's
a
your
base.
name? Wanna be friends?
Oh, it's a cabin as well.
Do I know that guy Poppy? P-A-P-A-I? Oh, he's gonna go to black market. I want to go to black market, but we're not near there, so. Cool, anyone else that's going? No fly zone. You guys ever been on a boat ride on DayZ before? This is it. Look at Static. It looks funny. Look, he looks like he's enjoying the ride.
Getting there slowly.
Static, I don't think I've ever asked you why you picked your name. Why does it say Static101?
Ever heard of the band Static X?
A band? Like music?
Yeah.
Oh, you sing?
No, have you heard of the band Static X?
Oh, okay, I get it, okay.
Yeah,
That's where it comes from.
The 101 is a character from Carmageddon. And he's a robot character called Ed 101.
Ah,
So, a mixture of the both.
That's an interesting pick of a name, right? That makes sense now. Everything makes sense. Okay, let's see where he's taking us. Okay, so we're going around. This is a long ride. Long ride.
Are we there yet?
No, but we're very close to Alcatraz. I think it's on the right side, that island. I cannot see it from here. Just in the map.
I can just about see the trees and stuff on it. It's a bit of just out of reach. Sorry if the crunching's horrible down your headphones.
You know what's so weird is that Static is that a lot of people don't like it when they hear people eating, right? They're like, that's annoying or whatever. I actually really like it when I hear people eat. Like, I like the sound of it. I don't know why. Like, I think it's interesting. Do you guys find that interesting when people eat? Like the sound that they make when they eat, I find it interesting. I know a lot of people think it's annoying or gross, you know, but to me it's like, oh, interesting.
I'm eating jalapeno and cheese chips, as you'd say.
Wait, do you cook the jalapeno or is it raw?
They're chips, you know, like crisps.
Oh, it's crisps. You guys call it what? Not chips, but you call it crisps.
Crisps. Yeah.
Oh, it's jalapeno crisp.
Jalapeno and cheese.
Okay. I thought you was eating like a raw jalapeno and dipping it in cheese. I thought you were eating a raw jalapeno and then dipping it in cheese. Oh my
That'd be
god,
what worth.
Cora.
Might work though.
Think it's worth
Just-
it to check this little ruined town.
Yeah, if you wanna.
Guess no one is coming here at least.
There's a castle behind it as well.
Okay, so let's see where we are at. We are right here. Up here, up north. What's the name of this place?
Need to throw the anchor
There's no name.
and remember. Oh, there you go. It's down. Okay.
Get out, girl. Okay. Look, status already left. There's the boat.
Random motorcycle helmet.
Did you guys see that? She just gave me a bunch of money, chat. I have such good friends on DayZ. Yep, we only keep the good ones, you know, on DayZ. Only the good, we're only friends, the good kind. Oh, what is this?
And some
Baseball.
zombies.
Do I have a, oh.
Is it you guys shooting?
No, no, it's not.
It's only one shot, so.
Oh, yes, I see a player in the island next to us.
A
West
player?
coming
Oh, you sure
this
it's
direction.
it's not
Yeah.
AI, right?
It's not AI, yeah, I'm sure. It's a player. I know because the way it moves, but also it's supposed not to be players, I mean AI outside of the red circle.
BK18. I guess we could take this for now and we'll drop if we find something better. Oh, here's a dry sack.
You're all mine.
Okay, let's go.
I don't know, just
towards the
wandering
way.
around, I think, mostly.
Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Oh.
Oh, the dude had got a very long gun.
Yeah.
How come he doesn't have a name on top of his head?
Oh, you have to be up close to see it.
Yeah, I was right next to him.
Oh, well, I seen it. I didn't catch what it was, but it was right next to me, kind of thing, come running across the bridge.
They're on that island right there. We should just go in here, huh?
Well, so far I found nothing particularly interesting.
Me neither. Oh, backpack?
I have found a weapon in a
I
little
found
military bunker that is between all the houses. About that, not much.
Oh, you're up there.
Can we drop you? Okay. Look at that bridge.
I see another bunker.
Like it ends right there.
Oh, damn, I have fall. Okay.
How'd you get up?
I don't know. Yeah.
Uh-oh, Tony.
Think we can go under this, maybe?
Nope. Why do I have the horrible feeling we're stuck?
Yeah, me too.
Just
But
go
I think we can
this
probably
way.
find a way to get out. Should be.
And can we get... How do we get on the other side?
Okay, Kuppa is out.
Hmm. Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay, I'm on the bridge now. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, probably best to go with the bridge.
Yeah, just get on the bridge. This is what we were trying to get on. You said there was military, right? I don't see it. Do you see military?
Can see you got the lag again, Tona.
Chad, do you guys see the military?
I couldn't
Tony, did you
notice
say
like...
you see military here? I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark it. Look, if you press T, you can do these little markers. T, like T. Look to northwest. I have made a marker. Northwest. In that little building.
Oh,
That's
I see it. Okay.
that should be a bunker.
Okay, I see it. Okay. Who's this guy right here in green?
You got a whole party with you, don't you?
Hey. Hi, Blaze. No, you're Blaze, right?
Yeah.
Blaze, where's your friends?
She is at the trader.
Oh, okay. Are you with, her and Ari, right?
Bloody trees.
Okay, so I'm Ari.
Why does it say...
Blaze is
Oh,
my
where you
admin
go?
account.
Oh.
Blaze is my admin account.
Okay,
Ari is
okay.
my player.
Okay, because
account.
she said Blaze, Ari, and I was like, oh, 2 people. Okay.
Workbench kit.
Are you...
Yeah,
Are you,
well, I guess they're 2 separate people.
Yeah.
are you admin on here?
I mean, we can sell it. Always sell it.
Yeah,
I did
I
not
was
know
just coming
that.
to see if you
Castle.
needed anything.
Gun cleaning kit.
I don't... Well, I could always use better guns, where to find it, and all that stuff.
Oh, where
but-
did you
Oh.
put this marker? Because I couldn't see.
Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh, it's
How
Are you
doing?
done at the trader?
I think the marker has disappeared already,
Say
but
that again?
I'm gonna mark another thing
I was
for
asking
you.
Kara if
to
she was done
mark
at the
it.
trader.
Okay.
Where are you looking at?
Where we are.
You see that house? In there?
Yeah, we just ran to an
That
apple.
ruined house?
Hang on. Come on, the map. Oh, with the radio
But you-
sign. Wi-Fi thing.
Yeah,
Hey,
but-
girl.
Exactly. It
Look at
disappears
you.
not in
Oh
the
my
map,
God, you
but
look
in
amazing.
the screen.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
I have donator gear over here.
Oh, backpack.
Let me look at your gear
Any
there.
good, I wonder.
Nice. What kind of backpack?
We brought you some presents.
Canvas backpack.
Oh my
Uh,
God, I
ooh,
Well,
look
those
it's
like I'm
are
gonna
the-
be
smaller than
dizzy.
what you have, I think. But it has a slot for a weapon, yeah.
Nah, it's
Are
no
you
good.
playing? Are you solo
Can I have a
here? Or you
sword
have
off on it or
I
a
have...
melee weapon?
Okay, do you remember Tony Montana?
No good technical.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm with Tony, and do you remember Static?
I remember the name.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think I
yeah.
ever really met him, but I remember seeing the name.
Yeah, I think you
Cool.
you
What
did
did he
meet
get for it?
them, like, but they, you know how the wipe happened and all that stuff, and people left. So
Kuppa
right
was
as you guys
chatting.
were doing that,
Then
Yeah,
she
this
They came
castle
on.
we already checked.
Oh.
That's-
yeah, guys, I'm
Oh,
with some
okay.
friends. I'll be
kind of
with
left
you guys in a
G3
second.
because
Okay,
like the
Okay.
key
cool.
card stuff was so broken and it stayed that way for so long that I haven't really
Oh.
been over there in a while.
Dinner table chair kit toner.
Nice. Get that so you can sell it and get some money.
Put my backpack on.
Furniture
Yeah.
at this point, if you don't have a base yet, it's good for selling good money.
Hmm.
I dropped the extra scope and stuff
Around 8,000
that far.
each.
Yeah, Mr. Clean just deleted the card reader off of the BM door.
Oh,
And Panther can't get it back on, and the only way I can fix it really is just restart the server.
okay. That sucks.
Hold on.
Oh, bloody hell.
Another bunker here.
As far
Some
we
boots.
want these, these,
Something over
these.
here. Okay, I found some bullets in there.
Oh,
Is it
Viking
672?
backpack.
Right? It's
Uh,
67 by
Booker
46.
6.7 by 46.
Okay.
Yeah, this, it's nice. It'll one tap an AI.
Is this a suppressor? Ooh, this suppressor looks interesting.
Oh, and she's got a battery in that one. Okay.
I think. Yeah, so that should give you a good start.
This looks.
Do you guys have a base yet?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Could be now. Gone back on ourselves.
Well, if any of you need anything,
Yeah, I think
let me know.
we pretty much
Happy
checked
to help
almost
hook you up
all of
with
it.
the DNA.
A little
Oh, you can
bit
just buy everything for
of
the
a
DNA
maze
bench, so it's
Oh,
not
okay.
as painful.
on the flare.
Thank
Gas
you,
canister.
Ari. Thank you, Kara.
Okay.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
good to see you.
You too. You guys have fun. Be well. Be good. Don't die, right?
Have fun, don't die.
Okay, okay. Where did they go? Okay.
Ready for a swim?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just met. We got
Oh
just
no,
got,
swimming up your bum.
a gun from the admin. Oh my god. See, that's what happens when you know people. That this is what happens when you know a lot of people and you're friends with everyone. You go somewhere and they just give you stuff, you know? Let's see. Let me put my gun. Let's see. This is cover. Okay, so maybe I'll put it right here. Put that one there. Okay. And we'll put this one here. And that will be right. Let's do that one. Okay. I'm coming. Some friends right there, Tony.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in a while.
Cool.
Let's see. I forgot.
Go to the rear side. Nice.
Okay. You guys find anything good?
Nothing interesting.
Just a weapon.
Nice.
Do you guys? Oh, yeah, there it goes. I was not here in the engine.
I found a potato.
Chad, as I'm doing this, I forgot to drink my coffee and
Damn.
it's cold now. Can somebody go and microwave my coffee for me? Or make a new one? Or go grab me a cup of coffee from Kuppa Joy.
We're going to pass by very close to the black market as well.
Oh, okay. black market is right here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how far those AI shoot. Like, if you're outside of the, you know, as soon as you like drive your boat into it, did they start shooting at you?
Yeah, I'm wondering about those things as well. I don't know if they will shoot you being in the boat or when you get out only, or how far they will do that. But
If you move over to the
possibly,
right
yeah.
slightly more, you'll be out of the no-fly zone.
Okay, I just we can go inside of the no-fly zone, I think. But I'm only worried about the gas more than any other thing, you know. I'm going inside of the gas. That would be really bad.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we'll die for sure. We don't have the epoxy either, huh?
I do have
Do you have epoxy?
the POX.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, the idea is only use it if I got shot and my NBC got damaged or something like that.
Correct. Chat, we're having fun, right? Are you guys having fun with me? Do you like the little map on the right hand side? We're like in the ocean. Middle of the ocean.
Oh, I see the look. The gas is we are already there.
Oh, crap.
You see the green gas to the left?
I do. Don't go in there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Tony accidentally drives us in. Let's see.
Yeah, we were very
Yeah,
close.
This is gas now, I guess. Black market. Well, that's gonna be an adventure one of these days when we go in there.
I can
Yeah.
imagine going to black market's a bit of a chore.
A fun chore, right, Static? A fun chore.
Hmm.
No?
Pushing restart in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, darn. Okay. Gotta park somewhere.
You wanna park?
Yeah, let's park somewhere, huh?
But yeah, let's try to keep going a little bit more.
Yes,
There's
yes.
an island to
And
the
then-
right of us.
Oh, yeah, to the island on the right, Tony.
If you do a hard right, you'll be
Yeah,
able to turn straight
yes.
towards it.
I'm one. Yeah, right there. Yes. Just go straight and we'll get there. Ooh, it doesn't have a name. This island doesn't have a name.
Looks like it's got like nothing on it as well.
You could base up here.
Yeah, probably we find bases.
If you want to be alone and by yourself, you know.
I haven't seen anything about not base raiding people.
Oh yeah. It's Oh, we're really shallow water. I think we're good. Yeah, it's not It's not allowed to raid.
Ah, it's no
The
good.
rule.
Can't go and steal all the guns.
We made it.
Right. Wait, bear hunting now, yeah?
Could be. Yeah, we might find some bears.
You're gonna get the bear with that knife, Tony. Oh my god,
Yep.
you almost hit me.
It's going to get a shave. Tickle it to death.
Oh, did you mark the boat so we know where to find it?
Well, we probably
Oh well,
should...
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We're just in the corner corner of the ship. I don't know if we can mark.
With the T?
Well,
Can
I
you mark
make
it with
a
the T?
mark. No, because that marker will disappear.
I've got an idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna mark the map.
Yeah,
I was going to say, you could always
like on the
take a
map.
photo of it. Stand in the water by your boat and take a photo of it on your phone.
On your phone.
And then you'll have a rough idea of where it is.
There it is.
Oh,
There
that'll
you go.
work.
Got it. Good job. You're shaving yourself.
Weather's nice. Reminds me of today.
Are you guys hot on where you live? Is it hot right now too?
Where I am, nope. It's warmer, but it's been raining all day.
Oh, I wish it was raining here.
Here has been very hot last couple of months.
I don't think you ever say
At
it's
least for
cold.
the usual weather. No.
I don't think there's been a single time where you've said it's cold.
Yeah, we don't have like cold weather. Never.
I think we'd
The
be,
most-
if we want to go exploring, we'd probably better head up the island.
Okay, let's do that.
Because we're just heading to the other coast, don't we?
Yeah.
Wonder
Yeah,
if
I think
anybody
the
plays-
most the lowest temperature here never goes under 0. Probably not goes under 10 sometimes. Some years.
What's the coldest
So-
though then?
Probably around 12 Celsius, 15 Celsius. And it's for
It's not
just
particularly cold, really. It's just alright.
yeah. Not cold. That's why I told you it's not like cold weather. Like you know it. Of course, if you ask a Venezuelan, they're probably gonna tell you that 15
That's
degrees
cold.
is like getting frozen. Yeah, because
People
people
like
is used
talking
to very hot weather
Yeah.
most of the time.
I need to throw this backpack away.
I remember you telling me about when you was somewhere and you was having pretty much a shower every hour in the day because it was so hot.
Yes, exactly. There are some parts in here that are like that. Where I live is one of the places that is like coolest or more fresh most of the year because it's high up in the mountains.
You're in
But
Caracas, aren't you?
yes, in the capital. Yeah. And then the most of the country is almost at the sea level, and it's really hot. It's literally nothing in this island, huh?
Yeah, it looks
nothing
that way.
yet.
Well, there is an opening up ahead, so I don't know what's going to be over in the green fieldsy looking bit. According to the map, at least.
How's my shoes? Worn.
That. Heard a bump.
Yeah, I don't know. I have been hearing those. I'm assuming that's a big gun shooting somewhere. I don't know.
Wow.
There you go. Yeah,
Looks
some
like
people
there's precisely naff all there.
having fun.
I have a leather kit. Okay.
That's That's not as loud as I expected.
There's not even animals on this island, huh?
Yeah, I kind of want to see a bear or something, you know?
Yeah, you say that. We'll get munched by one on the way back. Just look like there's an absolute lot of nothing here, though, doesn't it?
See how this gun sounds.
Somebody goes,
50.
"You're not my dad. Don't tell me what to do."
No, this is Chaitak.
He goes, "Not that I know
408.
my dad." Oh my goodness.
Mm, I thought it was a 50 with how big the
My
mag
real
was.
dad says I don't have to listen to you. Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Bolt action. That's the only thing I don't like much.
Mm,
And the recoil is
Please
crazy.
land an aircraft and stop driving all your vehicle.
Take a
Okay.
look. Who
Okay.
wanna try?
There might be a rollback a little bit, so make sure your gun
Oh,
is
yeah.
not in your on the ground or anything. I guess.
oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's probably a good
We'll
idea.
try that later. Okay, let's probably better disconnect them
Yeah.
for a bit
Yeah.
Exactly.
until it's
Then a
back on.
dino comes and get us.
Mm,
Chat. We're gonna be right back.
that'd be a surprise, wouldn't it? Come
And
back and there's a
then
T-Rex on top of us.
yeah. We're gonna be right back. I think he said there's a download also, a mod update, so
Mm,
I don't know which one.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just going
Don't
to
know
quit
either.
out and see if there is anything.
I didn't see what the name of it was, so I guess you'll enter and then find out.
They should mention that in the
I know,
Discord
right?
in case you
Yeah.
need to fix it manually.
Oh, did he say
It
in
is
Discord? Did he say anything in Discord?
yes, I think so. Let me workshop update. 24 May.
Chat, let me look and see what update
They're
it
probably
was.
gonna publish something in a bit.
Let's see, what's the name of the server again? God. Okay, I think this is the name of the server, right? No, this is not it.
Gonna get a cup of coffee. Be right back.
Okay, mate. Haven't seen anything that's updated. Oh, hang on, something else updated.
okay, I just
Workshop
asked.
content.
And DayZ General, I put, anyone knows the mod we have to update. So hopefully
I've
somebody says
just
anything.
gone down the list on DZSA and just basically clicked everything and it's updated something. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. So that doesn't look like there's a so I'll be right back, chat.
I'm in the queue.
Hey, hi Joanne. I hope you're doing well. Oh, okay. Hey Joe, I'm doing well. It was be right back because they did a force restart. Well, why am I? So sorry, I'm reading the Discord and see if there's any mod that I need to install before I go back in. Okay. How are you, Joe? Aw, my amazing content. Thanks. Really? You're gonna teach them how to speak Lao? Like Laotian? Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna see if I could get in.
I think I'm just going to literally load in now.
Oh, okay. You mixed Thai and Lao. Laotian, right? Laotian. So do you speak both Thai and Laotian? I can only speak Hmong. Vietnamese too. Okay, so Vietnamese, Lao, Thai, and English. So you have 4 languages. Shut up. You can't sing in Hmong? Oh, I can't even sing in Hmong. I wish I could sing. I think that's a talent that I would love to have, like to be able to sing. Oh my goodness. You gotta sing. You gotta sing now. Okay, we're in Cuba, we're 1. So it says 1. I'll move this. I'm still shocked. You can sing in Hmong, and I can't even sing in Hmong. Hey, do you sing like the new versions of Hmong or like the oldies? You know how my mom and my grandmother they sing, you know, the old traditions of singing. I guess you would call that. Oh, you could sing. You know what? You know what, Joe? The amazing thing about that is that my mom's generation, that's probably like the last of them to sing those traditional Hmong songs because not a lot of people know how to sing those songs. You know? because we integrate so much in America that, you know, like I can't sing those songs. So you should teach that. You should teach that. Because sooner or later you're gonna probably be the only one who could sing those kind of songs. They'll be like, what are you singing? You're like the traditional Hmong songs from long, long time ago. Oh, Odies, but goodies. You know, I've always like when I look at history, to me, it's like, you know how during that time, like you know that TV show I've been watching lately? It's like it's called Little House on the Prairie. I don't know if anybody watched that TV show, but I stumbled upon it was it on Amazon or something? And I was watching it, and I was like, that's the century I should have been born in. Like when stuff is like very simple. But I don't know if I could be a farm girl. Like, you know, farming stuff. I don't know if I could farm. But I like the simple life like that. It's funny because you wouldn't think I do, but I like this. Like the, you know, the little town where, you know everybody's name, you know who they are. Our parents love it. It's because it reminds them of home. It tells stories of, oh yeah, you exactly what you just said, because it reminds them of home. Yeah. My mom always says to me, she goes, if she could have a wish, you know, she would love to just be able to go back home. And they can't, you know, because of that war. They can't ever go back. And so it's sad because, you know, they're just like, what do you call it? Friendly mountain farmers who, you know, who don't know nothing. That's the world they come from. Exactly. Yeah, it's in the crossfire of the war, and so, you know, they have to leave their home. It's like they had no choice in the matter. And the funny part is like most people, they don't want to go home. You know, most people, they come to America and they don't want to go home. My mom's generation, they want to go home. They want to go home. They're like, you guys get our home back and we'll go home, you know. Well, this is home for me, but for them, it's like, you know, this isn't their home. They want to go back to where they came from. Which is interesting, you know, that, you know, concept, that mind thinking, but, you know, they miss it. They want to go, they don't have a home. Correct. Yeah, she likes the farming. She likes the hard work. Here, it's like, you know, it's a little bit hard, different. It's a different way of life, and so we're doing a history lesson. Sorry, chat. Yeah, me too. I do like the simple life. Tony, are you in yet? Static and I are in. Oh look, let's go to that base over there, Static. Let's go look.
Mm-hmm.
There's a base over here.
Yeah, I can have a nose, can't
Really? Wow, that must be fun. town where you live then?
So there's
You know, one of these
nothing
days I
else
want to
there
go
anyway.
to Minnesota because they have the mall. You know how the mall in Minnesota is huge, they say. And the club there as well. There was like 4 stories of clubbing. And I kind of want to go there and just like have the experience of going there.
You know, there is literally nothing else there apart from this base, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess somebody thought of what I was saying. You know, they wouldn't be left alone, so they put the base here.
Got the kiddie swimming pool, sleeping
Oh,
bag,
chat, you know what? I didn't bring you guys back in.
gun
I've
safes,
been running around like this, and I'm thinking you
cabinets.
guys are in. I'm on the be right back screen. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I need to be on top of things. I know, we were having a good conversation. We totally forgot.
I don't really see anything in the cabinets.
Oh, he has like... He has a sleeping bag. I wonder if that works on here. If you die, you come back here.
It's
Possibly.
supposed to work somehow. Yeah, or at least the description says that you can get a custom spawn point.
Oh, good. Tony,
With the
we're
sleeping
at
bag.
somebody's base. They decided to base
Oh.
here. Yeah, interesting.
Right.
Yeah, you karaoke, Joe. I
Got gun
can't
safes and
sing like
safes in
that.
there. And military style
I don't
racking.
know any Asian singers.
Hmm.
The ones that I do,
Nothing
I try to
interesting though,
listen to
really.
it. Some on you know, YouTube, like
There's literally nothing else
do a
there from what I
search.
can say.
Just to test it out and see if I like anyone, and I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
See you now.
Maybe I just haven't found the right person to listen to.
Okay.
So
Thank
give me
you.
a recommendation, just one name, and I'll look them up later and listen.
Back to the boat, I suppose.
Yep.
See what you mean about boots not lasting long. Mine are worn already.
Yeah. Somehow, without getting like hit by zombies, they get damaged just by walking.
Oh, are we wet? I didn't even... Darn, I didn't even... We're gonna get wet again anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Good stock pouch. Never seen that before.
Speaking of going on some kinds of rifles, I just pressed it on the side of the back of the stock.
Static, does your
No.
wife play DayZ?
Nah. She'd cause absolute chaos if she were playing. You should shoot everybody.
Oh my god, I would love to see that. She'll probably shoot you too, huh?
Probably.
My wife, she ended up liking console DayZ better than... Oh, really? Okay. She does play DayZ? She plays DayZ, Joe?
Gold.
Oh my god. Okay, so you're saying that you, her, and I should play together.
I know
I'm
there is
like-
a furnace
I'm
too.
like telling you what to
um,
do already, Joe.
Ingots.
I know, right? Yeah. Okay, what what nationality is she? Is she like us? Or
But I'm
is she-
guessing, I don't know, don't have idea
Does she
where
speak
to
Hmong?
mine people.
God knows. I suppose the only way you're going to find out is by asking her.
She's African American. She loves the culture. She loves it. She can speak Lao. I taught her. Oh, okay. Well, I can't speak Lao, so we have to speak English. Sorry.
There is air plugs in N if you want to use it.
I don't like how it goes to 5% only. I want it completely all the way down to 0.
Well, no idea how to do that.
Yeah, you and I could speak Hmong and nobody will understand us, right?
Dunno.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, we have to get together and do that, Joe. That would be crazy. Me, you speaking Hmong, her just saying, you know? And it's like yes and Hmong, Yeah, it's funny because sometimes I forget when I'm speaking, like especially with family members, and then sometimes, you know, because some people don't speak Hmong anymore, you know, that's the second generation. And so sometimes I'll be talking to them English and I'll mix the two language together. I was like, oh darn, I forgot. Oh, when they, you know, when they say something in English, and then in our language, it's like it's a bad word, you know, and you don't want to say it. You're like, how come that person is like blushing or whatever? You're like, because that word, you know, means, you know, something bad in our language.
There's something in the right. What is that? Oh, is that the frozen island?
I know, isn't it amazing?
I want to come here as well, but we need the
And
air
then,
suits, I think,
Oh, let me look at
you
the
know,
map
to
and
get
see
frozen.
where we are. We are right here. Where are we going right now?
Going North Haven,
North Haven.
corner in the top left corner of the map.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
We can go
North
somewhere
Haven.
else as well, but I thought that probably could be a good place. And I think there is places we can store the boat in Portland.
Okay, sounds good.
There is
You know
the
what the sad
docks
part is,
by the look
Joe?
of it.
Is that in our culture, like when you play games, you know, they look at you like you're a bad example.
Is there a
right?
military there? Because I
Like
couldn't
they
see
don't.
anything.
They're like you like.
Yeah,
okay,
there is
in my
small
spare time I like
military.
to play games,
Oh,
and
I
as
think my
soon as
game
you
crashed.
say that, it's like you're like a disgrace
A
or
little
something.
bit of lag.
And it's really
Yeah,
sad,
there is
you know.
a military base or something in there.
I think the word is disgrace. They look at it like they're
Few
a
military
disgrace.
buildings. Are we going towards land?
There's a few no-fly zones over there as well. Like randomly, oil rig.
Oh yeah, there
It's
is
like
a
not
few oil
named
rigs
mainly like
over
most
there,
other people in the U.S.
all with AI,
I could not even,
and I
it's
think
that.
gas as well.
You know what's so funny about that? Is that in middle school, my best friend and I tried to tried to create a game. It was so stupid, especially me, I'm like, the innocent one. I'm like joining a gang, and what do we do in a gang? Well, cause we, and then we thought about it. I'm like, well, my friend's kind of like a bad girl, but I'm not, and so I'm like, oh, something bad we could do, but let's see. I couldn't think of anything, you know. It's so sad. We came up with the name and everything, and we're in a gang, but they're just like the two of us. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like I noticed that like for like our culture,
Oh,
a lot of
we
the time
also
they
close to
join
helicopter vendor. You
gangs.
guys wanna go check that out?
Yeah, I'm willing to try anything. Okay, let's see where we are. Look at this place. It's let's see. Okay, so it's the I don't know that there's no name on this place, right? Is this the Halley vendor, Halley trader, I assume? Oh, there's a lot of place to loot here, Tony.
Yeah, we could check this out for
Yeah,
sure.
it looks like a lot. We should go by the Howley and just look at the prices too, huh? Even though we're not gonna buy one, let's do that too.
Yes,
Yeah.
just for how
Fantasy
much.
helicopter shopping.
Yes, Static, that's right, Howley shopping. You want to mark it?
Oh yeah, good idea. Do that.
Tony always forget.
Have to delete the older one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is Deerisle. I played Deerisle when I first played
I see these
DayZ.
zombies again.
Not the first map I played. I played Chernobyl as the first map, but I played so it's been a while.
Again.
Helicopter just landed, I think. Have you heard it? The engine?
I didn't hear it.
I've only just took myself off quiet.
Let's go here. Oh my god, Joe, I would completely come over for some sticky rice.
Why do I
and,
get the impression we'll probably bump into a load of bears?
papaya. Oh my god. I would like come over in a heartbeat for that crap. It's not crap, but you know what? I'm gonna drop this bag. Oh, let's see if Static needs
And a
it.
gun stock.
But the area where more bears I have seen on this map
God,
is
I
where the
love hot
crater
papaya
is.
so much.
Mm.
And sticky rice. Oh, sticky rice and chicken and what else do we eat? Fur. Oh, I love eating fur. So good. You have a papaya tree?
I found a crafting book.
What the? Joe, you
And
gotta
a
message me and
solar
tell me
panel
where
kit.
what state you live in.
Nice.
Or if you wanna tell. If you don't wanna type it.
Nothing else though. Yeah.
That would be fun if we live in the same city.
Oh, a potato.
Oh, okay, you're in San
Nothing
Diego.
else in
Okay.
that.
Oh yeah, we're not in the same city. Darn it. I know if we're in the same city, I'm like, okay guys, bye. I'm gonna go to Joe's place to eat papaya salad and sticky rice.
I can see guard tower.
Is that paper? Somebody was here.
Hmm.
Okay,
The military zone,
where they at?
possibly.
Hmm.
Where are those goofy guys at? I know that's the nice thing about you know, our culture is like, you know, as long as it's like we, you know, we invite each other,
M98
even
being
though we
Max
don't know
Snuffer.
each other, like, you know, to eat, you know, at our homes. It's kind of like, oh,
Should sell
your
for
mom,
good price.
you allow? Yeah, come to my house and eat. It's like a really warming, friendly, you know, environment. It's like you think of them as your brother or your sister. That's why, like when I see a Hmong person, since I'm pure Hmong,
Warehouse building over there.
I always treat them really, really special because you know that could be your relative. That's your like your cousin, and it turns out it is your cousin. Yeah, we are family. I always like when I see them, I always call them my brother. Like, hey, bro. Like, you know, really, you know, like really your brother.
Flat pack bed.
Oh, that's worth good money. There are some bed rolls that come like stacked, multiple items, and
Stat-
those one
Static,
are sell for good money.
your backpack, how many slot is it?
150.
Oh, let's see if this is 150.
It's kind of crap though, because it's got no gun slots on it.
Wait, does this one have gun slots? Okay, I have a 150 with the gun. Oh no, it doesn't. It has a melee only. Never mind. I don't need this one. And I'm going to... You know what? Can I drop this here? Do you guys know? Am I allowed to do that? I should put it in the trash. I'll drop it if I didn't need the room, but... I don't know if that's allowed. Forget what the rules are.
Oh, bookshelf kit. Don't think I can carry it though.
Oh,
Oh, I
there's
can
some
carry.
shoes. Pristine and high. We might need to change shoes. Yeah, we do.
I'm full of furniture.
There we go. Just in time.
Nice, that's good. Good for selling.
Guess I should get my gun out.
There is a chopper.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. First, when it started up, I thought it was a bear.
Good. I haven't found anything cool.
There it is. North.
Quick, shoot it down.
It's me. It's me.
You found anything interesting, Kuppa?
No, that's why I was like, I need to find something interesting. Nothing. Come on, guys, give me something. One of you. Don't I kill you and
No,
claim
a
get
zombie.
nothing.
I heard a zombie. Yeah, there's one.
Nothing.
The military zombie.
I kill a bunch of them over here already, so.
Oh, nice. First, I see.
Come on, give me something for this. For this kill,
Kind of
right?
derelict here, ain't he?
Oh! Do you have anything for me? Nope. He doesn't either. Oh, maybe up here. Oh, darn.
I see. Only zombie you've probably seen for a bit anyway.
Oh, is he stuck in the ground? That's why I can't.
Denim jacket.
Ooh. Oh my god, I'm finding like crap.
Code lock.
I'm the crap finder.
And a combination lock.
Damn, he's
Maybe
finding
some
good
garden line.
stuff.
Garden lime, I think you can sell it for some money if you have the room.
Just about, I think.
It's probably 1,000 or something like that, or 2,000. Can't remember.
Nothing.
Doesn't appear to be a lot here though, does there? Oh, I found you a dead zombie. Another one at your shot. Can't check where he got
Possibly.
that.
It was one of those. Oh, yeah, I don't remember if it has something on it. One of those buildings on construction.
Yeah. Wearing green.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what we found. Oh, we did find this though. Blank key card.
Helping hands kit.
Oh god, he found a helping
Oh,
hand.
what?
Helping hands kit is an item that you will need to craft a workbench. The
Oh,
mod
a
that
soldering
have
kit in it, yeah, for grabbing wires and stuff.
it's a soldering kit and also the helping hands kit and the card reader is a workbench that led you to craft keycards. So you got a blank keycard and you can remove a chip and
Yeah.
install new
The
chips.
helping hands beats the crocodile clips.
Exactly.
Found some pink and purple running shoes. Don't think I want those though. Whoa, lag.
What is this? That's huge.
Some, what looks like a pair of vans.
Gator shifts.
Oh, okay. We can't take that.
That's annoying.
That guy doesn't have a shirt on, Tony. Oh yeah, some food. Oh, that reminds me. I need to eat some. My character needs some food. Let's see. We'll eat this one.
Seem to be finding plenty of stuff that's not particularly useful.
Is that it on this? Where we at? Oh, let's go to the Halley Traders, Tony. Yeah, that way, huh?
I am coming, I'm just going through my inventory, moving things about.
Okay. Yeah, we'll figure out the best way to get there. I think we probably could check these buildings real quick. And find this way we'll find. Yeah, this is military loot, should be this.
Here, another helicopter now.
Yeah, I think it's should be the same.
Oh, I found a revolver now.
Or probably
357.
someone buying a helicopter here. I don't know. You have the revolver 357.
Uh-huh, yeah. Just found one.
That's the one I have. Damn. What happened with the zombie? It doesn't die.
I think it's a glitch. I'm gonna go over here.
Okay. Let me try the K-Tech. It doesn't die.
I think he is dead. It might be a glitch, right?
Invincible
Possibly,
zombie.
yeah.
There's nothing in here. Somebody took everything already.
The invincible zombie of doom.
Oh, there's a gun right here. Okay. So one gun.
Oh, where are you? That way.
Pants. What's our pants like? 32. It's soaked. These are pristine medium. What's our pristine low? Okay, who wear these? There you go.
Oh, there's a wall there. Nice.
Put that in there.
Oh, I can see your
I have
invincible
found,
zombie.
yeah, you see it now. That one. trying to go through the wall.
Yeah. Didn't appear to be much here, does there?
Yeah.
Where's that trader at? Oh.
All the stuff that I found with most of it.
No, the prices are not that crazy.
How much is a heli, the cheapest one?
I'm looking at a Mosquito helicopter for 500k, and there is a Robinson two-seater for 900k. I think those two seems to be the cheapest.
What's the 900K? How
But
much?
the others,
What is it called?
is not that bad. Yeah, 900k. The Robinson R22,
Oh, the Robinson only
and
seems
the
Oh,
two.
they got the waspy looking one. The Hornet. 3.8 million.
oh, you got one like that. I remember. You got that helicopter, right? It was the
Oh,
Hornets.
yeah. Can you buy... Oh, you can. You can buy the storage cases. They got the gigantic one though. Yeah,
Okay, so
100,000.
we'll throw this one away. That in the
100 storage case.
dry sack. We'll see if we could sell that one.
Backpack in the fire barrel.
Yeah, I threw it away. It's 90 only. Or 80 or something.
Hmm. Give me
Okay,
your
heli.
helicopters. Hand them over now. Right then, don't they?
.8 mil. Oh, 900. 400. Oh god. Okay, 400. 4 mil. 4 mil.
I'm gonna check real quick if there is anything in this tower.
So this one is the little bird. How many people can ride in the little bird? Does it say? Hello bird. La 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 la. It doesn't say. Is it 2-seater or 4-seaters? 4-seater?
Is that one pilot in two holding onto the skids?
I have found some nice things up here.
1.5.
Few medical
So 1.6.
supplies, a gun with a suppressor. Do you already have a suppressor, Static,
But we need this
on
one.
yours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever flew this one.
I don't have one. I'm going to have a look.
3 point. Oh, I
No,
flew
I'm
this
going
one
down.
before.
Don't
The
come
bell?
up here. It's the
Oh, this is the ugly
truck.
bell. I
That
have this
truck.
ugly bell in a silver.
Okay.
I call it the ugly heli.
There was a pistol in a very hard
I
to
like
get place. I
the
decided
Robinson, but
just
it
leave it.
only seats 2,
I wanna hold.
and there's like 3 of us. So we probably need like a
That
Black
gun
Hawk.
has a suppressor. You can
Black Hawk
pick.
4.3.
I can't
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Let's
See
see
if
how
we
much
can
money do we have.
Oh, yeah, it does. Cool, thank you.
We have 2 mil only. We can't afford it. We can afford the we have 2 mil, so we could afford the we could afford the 1-seater. I mean
I
2-seater.
see another military building. We could probably check that out
And
before
The
we
one
leave.
direct
get
You
ahead.
see
the.
them?
Oh no, this is 4
You see the
mil.
marker? The yellow marker?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we can't get a heli.
place it again.
Unless
West.
a little boat seats 4. Does anybody know if the little boat seats 4?
272 meters.
Yeah, let's go have a look. Oh, I can see now.
Oh, helicopter landed. Let's roll over. A bit of a crazy landing.
Landed a bit ever.
Is that the little boat that he has? Let's see. Does he have a little boat? Let's ask him. Hello? Is that the little boat?
Oh, I'm gonna take this jerrycan with gasoline
the
so we
little boat?
refuel the boat.
Is that your
It
house?
is,
Okay.
yeah.
Does it see 4?
Yeah.
Really good idea.
Yeah, sorry, it does,
I'm
yeah.
also a bit worried
Okay,
about that because
thank
we've
you.
been using a lot of fuel.
Are we skipping the heli for now?
Well, we don't have the money, I think. At least I have spent all in the boat, but on that prices, it's not that crazy to buy one later.
Okay, I was like, I have the money if you guys want to buy it, if you guys want me to buy one.
Save your money,
Hey.
Mike.
Okay. Yeah.
The little bird seats 4, so if we decide to buy a heli, I have the money later on.
Nice. Okay.
Still not finding anything particularly interesting.
Yeah, nothing around this area.
Found a spray can. What do you do with that?
Oh, pick it up.
I did.
I think you use it to spray like colors on different things.
Yeah, some items you can paint with that.
That's it, huh? We ran through the whole airfield, right?
Yep. There is a little area, I think we have not been there. We can check on the way back. If we take this road and then take the right.
Found a pipe wrench.
Cranberry Island, what is that?
Don't know.
Is it auto run? Nope.
No idea.
There's no bears here too? At least one bear, right? Something. The airfield. Chat, we've been playing for 2 hours and 36 minutes.
There is nothing in here, just a few zombies.
Oh,
Wonder why it's blocked off like that.
Well,
meant
the
to
map
be
is
something.
still under construction. Probably going to be something in the future.
I wonder if anybody still plays on GGG.
Tony's supposed to, right? Make videos. I'm bagging on you, Tony.
Yeah. Yeah, the last time I checked, there was a few people playing. Not many.
This is where we first started. We came in.
I found something to store the fishing hooks. Themselves. Something.
Let's go look at this barrel over here. Oh, Dad has got it.
Yellow food again. That's one thing I'm not finding is food.
Well, we haven't found pretty much
Let's
like
see.
very few things
Yeah.
so far, to be honest. Hopefully we get better
Yes,
luck
Daddy,
into
let me
this
drop
island.
this food for you.
I've got some food. I've got a potato and
There you go. You have a
cannon
knife?
bit.
You have a knife?
Oh yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
take that can.
Wait,
There is lunch meat as well.
all the buildings I've run for found practically
I was
nothing
hoping
recently.
we find some wolves so we could, you know, kill them, but no
Well,
wolves.
yeah, we possibly will do that. Point.
Thank you for the food. I'm back in the white now.
I'm gonna grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Chad, I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some coffee.
I'm not giving the fuel to drink to any of you guys, right?
The what, sorry?
I'm trying to refuel, but I'm just want to make sure I'm not giving the fuel to you as a drink.
Hang on. Don't think you are.
But
Try it again.
okay, yeah, I think that worked because it doesn't let me to keep refueling. So I'm guessing, yeah, it's full. Nice. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
You wanna get a seat?
Get a what?
You wanna sit in the proper like seat of the boat, or you wanna go stand up?
I
You're
thought I was
looking
sitting
to
down.
okay, better. I think you glitched. Better get out of seat 1 minute and go to different seat. Or
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I think you're out of the boat now.
I don't even know where I am. Where am I? Oh, well.
You're next to the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing?
Don't know. I can't see anything. I'm still sat in the boat on my screen.
Okay,
Oh, okay, you're in the
just
water.
relog. I think you
Yeah,
should relog, and that'll
relog.
be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened? I missed all the action. What happened, Tony?
Hmm?
What happened? How come he can't see?
Well, he
Must be
he
decent.
tried to say he was seated on his he did think he was seated on his screen, but I saw him standing,
Whoa.
and so I was asking him to sit,
Boat's going
and he
crazy.
said, "I'm sit." Yeah. I think there is. I saw somebody saying something about being glitched in the speed of the boat, so I'm guessing it's a common thing to happen.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually in the boat now.
Oh, yes, you are now. Yay. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go buy some ammo for my gun. Can I see my gun? Yeah. For this gun that they gave me. So it takes 6.6 by 46. S4. I've never shot an S4 before. Is that how you say S4? And then this is the 308 SA. Okay, so I do have batteries. I have one. Oh, I have a bunch of batteries. Never mind. I have batteries. Switch places. some more of these ammo just in case. I guess, I mean, that's enough, but I'm gonna see if maybe we'll just see if we could buy some. We gotta sell this one. We'll put that there. We're gonna sell this one, because I think I have one already. Do I have one already? Yeah, I do, right? Where is it at? Right there, yeah. I don't know, I might sell this one. The 5.56. The St. Victor. There's too many guns too. I don't want to, like, have too many guns. Yeah, I'll sell that one. Or or I could store that. That's true. I could store it. Let's see if I could store that gun. So it's called, what is it called? St. Victor? Is it St. Victor? Yeah, St. Victor 5.56. We'll store that. And yeah, I don't have any magazine for that one, so that's easy. And we'll store these two, if we can. Up here, looted this whole island. We're going up here. North Haven. Did you say you're going to North Haven?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, North Haven. Hey, Kuppa, next time you talk to your friends here that know about the server, it would be nice if you ask them for good places to loot.
Okay, I'll ask them.
That aren't in gas zones, I guess.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly, at
No,
the moment.
Okay, I'll ask them. No gas zone and maybe no AI and gas zone.
Look, the oil rig in the left with the gas.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we probably should just also try to get our NBC ready soon and try to go for one of those.
I wonder what
Or at
AI
least
is.
Alcatraz.
Do you reckon AI monsters or AI people?
It's people. It's AI people that shoot at you. And yeah, it's different because it's a lot harder than zombies or monsters or dinos.
Tony, when you play Island, where do you normally base? Like, what's a good area to base?
In this map,
Yeah.
it depends on many things. The map is huge. But at this point, with this amount of bases and people, I will just look for a place that has like not many bases around, so you don't be lagging that much.
Okay. Because I saw they have the Cabin Z. I was thinking we should just buy one of those. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can do that.
it's easier.
I think you
And
have
buy
to craft the cabin kit.
Oh.
I don't know if you can build it or buy it in the P2P, but it requires a big amount of nails
Correct.
and something else, some planks, I think.
Yes.
Where I'm going? This is the way.
Okay. Sounds good. But we
Yeah,
need,
the hard to find thing is the nails.
Yeah, we probably
That's the only
need,
thing we need.
need an area, like pick an area too.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna drop some of my stuff in your boat because otherwise I can't carry anything.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, the Saint Victor.
There's not much room, but drop as much things as you can.
Oh, he has a gas
Couple of
canister.
things.
I need that.
The bloody boxes are massive.
Tony, do you need the gas canister in your boat?
We can throw some things, of course. Don't worry. Let's
Oh,
just
I was gonna take
get to
it
place.
if you didn't use it.
Oh yeah, you can take it.
Okay.
You can take it. I don't need it. I just
Kuppa,
pick it up
look
somewhere.
by in the inventory, look by the blaze. There's something that you might want.
You can drop the blaze as well,
Oh, okay.
and
I
probably
see.
a couple few things.
Yeah, you can't grab
Is
it.
that
until
a
it's
vehicle?
parked. Let me look.
No, it's just like a boat that is
No, it's not.
fishing boat.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good
There's a
here.
pox
I guess.
antidote if you want it in there, Kuppa.
Okay, I'll grab it when I stand up.
I think the
You don't want the
jerrycan we
blaze,
can
though.
use to refuel. We can drop the blaze.
Oh God, hiccup. Hmm. My bloody hot bars disappeared again. Alright, let's go up the air tower and have a look.
Sure.
Mark your boat. I don't think it could ring out the
Right by the military tents. Already put down 3 zombies.
Oh, wow. Maybe there's something good here, hopefully.
Ah, hopefully. Honey badger mag. To another zombie.
Kind of foggy here. What's this? Oh, it's Kolok. I hate these though. I hate these Koloks. I can never use them right. Okay, I'm hoping there'll be wolves so we can kill some and have some food.
More zombies.
Because we're running low on food.
Right, zombie. Ain't gonna get no chance of that.
Let there be wolves! Okay, here's a battery. Extra battery.
Which way you guys gone? I found
I
a
have
gun.
found a book And a gun, yeah. I found a P90.
God,
And
I'm already finding good
book.
stuff.
It says Namal's flight information. Tag.
Okay. I'm coming to meet up. We in case I
Alright.
bump into anything too much. I don't want to get
Oh,
ganged up on.
Don't worry. I think there is many zombies.
Well, I've put down about 6
Pouches.
already.
Yeah, I'm finding loot. At least.
Finding magazines. Found a tarp. Don't need that. Interesting there. Did you go up the air tower?
338.
The radar tower?
Oh, that goes with this.
No, I have not.
Oh, but you know what? I need this for my forest, so I have a second mag.
Barrackish building there.
Diving fin. Sell that for good money, maybe.
Damn, I have found diving fins.
That's what I found.
Yeah, I did
I've
say
seen
you
that
could
before.
get diving gear.
So you can go under the water.
Probably not, but you know. You know what DayZ's like. Anything too out of what it can do, it explodes and kills you. Oh, there's figging nothing up here.
Oh, it's getting dark, chat.
Found a gun, it looked like a laser sight attached.
What is this? We don't need that.
Yeah, there is Napu laser, I think. But it doesn't, it's just cosmetic, it doesn't really work.
That's rubbish. Be cool if you actually
What is
worked.
this? Large stone.
Yeah, it would be nice if it worked.
Okay, let me set up the
But the weapon looks nice with it.
gamma for you guys.
Have you been through the
Let me go
kind of air command center place yet?
like that, so that.
No, check that building. I was going to. I have seen here a few
Okay, where did I
sheds
come
like
from? Chat,
oh,
where did
there's
I come
loot.
from?
Diving snorkel.
I'm like, I lost my way.
I'm gonna check all these sheds. Like some sort of beach shacks or something like that.
I've just put down a couple of zombies. Oh, you've got some Pokemon cards.
Yeah, the zombies seems to like the Pokemon cards.
Gotta catch them
Let's
all.
go up here. Hopefully we'll find a gun up here.
A gas canister.
30? How's my pants? Okay, it's fine. Oh, is this pristine though? Medium. I think this is medium. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, it would be nice weather, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Do you have a sheet for your knife?
No, I don't.
I just found one. Remember
Oh.
to give it to you later. Oh, I have found a minnow bucket.
A minnow bucket for fishing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Give me a gun. Give me a gun. Oh, okay. There we go. I like to be an addict. Oh yeah.
That's
there.
3 more zombies down.
Let there be a gun up here.
That's 5.
No gun up here. Darn it. Okay.
Weather's not very nice. Can't see a bloody thing. Looks like I'm attracting attention. Where are you guys? 'Cause I've got a bleed.
Let me see.
I'm in the water, well, north from your location. Almost in the shore.
Right, I only got 1 scratch. I'm alright fixing myself. Just kinda got jumped. 'Cause I wasn't expecting him. Thought I got him all.
Okay, I'm coming to you, Static.
I'm alright, mate. I've just patched
okay?
myself up. Yeah. Just a bit worried about bumping into any more than anything. Small wooden shelf kit. Not really got space for it.
Oh, I do. I'll come and grab it.
It's at the building next to mine.
Sometimes that run gets stuck, and then
Oh, there you are. God, you see the thunder? Or lightning, should I
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, I saw the lightning was big.
Ooh, a teddy bear.
Heavy rain.
Yeah, well, it's a storm, ain't it, more than anything. You've been through all the barracks yet?
No, I have not gone through those. Was in the shoreline, taking our buildings.
Okay, I found
Judge's ass is through here.
what do you call it? A gun, 5.56
look.
carbine,
A gas
M4
mask.
10-inch.
Nice. Yeah, that will be ideal to sell at the black market at some point, but until we go there, we can just get 2,000 from each at the
Ooh, look.
trader.
Filter.
I'm taking the sight and the suppressor off it.
Oh, boots.
But
Salt.
I'm basically full again. Oh, it's,
Do you guys need
I'm
shoes?
good.
How's your shoes?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
My food's alright as well at the moment.
Mine I just fixed it, but I've been finding also a bunch of boots around here. I pick it up the jungle boots in case somebody need them.
got some skateboard trainers just in case.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
I
her
have to
boots on the
carry
floor
this.
now.
Oh, if I... Does that fit?
Oh, gas mask filter. Nice.
No, it is,
I'll check you out, find all the good things.
The second floor.
All I find is bookcase kits and random shit that I don't need. Now I've got a P90. Oh,
that's 42. Oh, this is 42. Oh. It's high, this is best.
P90 is a 9mm.
I mean, that's...
You like my new glasses?
Oh, find a fish tank for you. Nothing up there, really.
Yep.
Ah, jumped on my head. Right, who's been singing? Off to the air control building.
Yeah. Let's try that.
Okay. Wow, this ring is bad. I can barely see.
Is there anything remotely interesting yet?
Not much. I have found a furniture and a few fishing stuff with the
I've been here
like the
already,
mask
And a
and
full
the
grip for
fins.
Yeah,
KAC. Or a CAC. There were khakis, but
Oh, sure. Did we come through this already?
we're at the top now. Oh well, almost at the top.
I mean, the door's open.
The
some
ladders
food?
go. There.
Sometimes there's food on this building, right? Oh, no.
Fat Laura, nothing up here.
Okay.
Hmm.
Nothing at all.
Yes. A little shack. Yep, little shack. Take that.
I just gotta find my way back down.
I think we should go over those antennas and over the town, see what we found. Maybe good loot.
Well, that's the way we came. Where you gone? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm moving a little bit southwest. Thinking
An
we could
aeroplane
go
we
to
can
that antenna.
Been to the aeroplane?
Oh, yeah, let's check that. I see a safe house. Purple safe house. It's south from here.
Nothing in the plane.
Hmm. There's an
Brush, brush,
open.
brush, brush, brush. Oh, zombie pile.
Have you seen the purple safe?
The purple what?
The safe. Look.
Oh, no, I didn't see it. It's a safe store, ain't it?
Yep. I doubt it's open, but let's go inside and see if.
Yep, still very locked. Requires key card.
Well, we know where is at least one of the spawn locations for this purple safe.
Another airplane, or is it the same one we looked at?
Okay, I'm
Oh.
thinking we can go west to the actual town. Might find some stuff.
Okay.
Oh, somebody. Yeah.
Bear pelt. Bears.
You found a bear pelt?
Yeah, right next to Kuppa. I don't know if Kuppa found it. You find it, Kuppa?
Yeah, I took it. I took it.
That means we've got a potential teddy bear problem.
Well, fine. We got good weapons, I think, to kill the bears with that. So,
Yeah, just go. You don't get snuck up on there. I know they're not exactly quiet, but well, we found the local Catholic church.
Dead people. Cemetery.
yeah. You know, you can stash your stuff with a shovel on the graves in the
Yeah.
cemetery.
Yeah, I learned that. Be nice to have a cooking pot. A large one. You could find one. We have like the, I think the flying pot. Frying pot.
Agorki peanuts.
Some houses down there.
I think I've been in that hunting tower. I don't know.
I know you went in one, but I don't think it was this one.
Okay, okay. It's a different one, yeah.
A GPS receiver there, yeah. Oh,
I felt we were doing like circles around the antenna for a second.
It's getting there. I'll take your gamma off
this
in
is
a
a
few
town.
seconds. little bit dark. Leave it.
It's schooly.
Somebody should check the house and do that, maybe. Oh, I hear boars. Not from here.
These don't have anything, huh? Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yeah, with that.
Shoes. Yeah, there's nothing here. God.
And there's on.
Sorry, it was misclick. I was trying to turn off the light on the gun. But there's a somebody, yes, in the market.
I can see a couple of
He's
them.
down.
Two heading into a house. Just down there. Freaking door.
Can I get on top of it?
Oh,
Yeah.
I can hear 'em.
Yeah, I hear zombies as well.
Oh, Kuppa's found them. Got some duct tape.
Ooh, I got food. Okay, let me put this down. Let me cook those.
Wow, it definitely looks like the, what do you call it, works. The lighthouse.
Yeah. It's nice. I was a bit confused for a second with the lighthouse.
Found a cowboy hat.
Just gonna cook
God,
that real
it's
quick
on
so it
Bumper,
doesn't
I'm
go
not sure.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a zombie facing someone. Not sure where.
Go.
I think it's quite good the way the lighthouse works.
Looks like somebody's already been through this. No, my red connection. No, I don't want it. Don't disconnect me. Oh,
Oh, I've been
man.
kicked.
Yeah, Yeah, it looks like I might have been kicked. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been kicked.
Me too. It's
Okay.
a server crash.
Be
For a
right
look of
back
it.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, she's gone offline.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chat in Discord, somebody goes, "Is there a crash?" And someone goes, "Yeah, darn, he said the F word, but I was on con." Okay. Okay, chat. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm loading back in. It sounds like this crash caused a lot of problems. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I'm loading in.
Yeah, the people are saying about shit disappeared.
What disappeared?
Cars, helicopters. While there was
Well,
flying and parked up. So we could have a
it's
potential
possible.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, we probably can be teleported and our boat replaced. Hopefully, we don't lose the boat because I think that case we will lose the loot inside.
Yeah. I found a fishing rod if you want it.
Oh, thank you. We could just use it to do some fishing. I have hooks. Or okay. And I think yes. Okay. I have my stuff on me.
Yeah, I can see you. Hello.
Hey, Chad, I'm back. Logging in now. We'll see. Okay, I'm just logging in now. It looks like going Q9. It won't take long, Chad. Okay, let's give it a few seconds.
Oh, that's good. The peanut has got a mag in it.
Oh, that's very nice. I would like to try that weapon to see how fast it really shoots. It has bullets on it.
Yeah, it's got bullets in it.
Can I try it?
Yeah, of course you can.
Or you can shoot it? I have a suppressor you can install on it, I think.
I
And
think
here
I've
is
got
the
one. I
shit.
don't know if it'll work, but try that. Oh yeah, it does. For a
Okay,
scope that might go on it.
here's the
And
thing for your
battery.
knife.
Oh, thank you.
Hold on.
Yeah, have a look. Yeah, we're waiting.
Yes, we're in. We're very close. Yeah,
Okay, I'm in.
Ah, there you
30
are.
meters.
You're behind.
Really nice, dude.
Oh, it pulled me back.
But look this one, static is different.
Oh no, my backpack is gone, chat.
So there are two
You've
kinds
got
of
an
P90.
ESP. And I've got a P90.
Yeah, well,
So I went this way. Let's backtrack and see
Hmm.
if we can find our backpack.
Okay.
I think it's the
Strange.
same, kind of the same weapon.
Yeah.
Different mods, maybe. Okay, so we finished looting this area, maybe. Go to the store.
I'm missing my backpack.
We can
Hold
probably...
on, let me double check.
Oh, you got a backpack in your hands. True.
In my hand?
Well, I remember you with a backpack in your hands. Yes, last time.
The zombie. Ah.
Let me see. Amazon. Alright.
It's hard to spot zombies when you're listening to Bring Me the Horizon in the background.
Static, what's the name of your backpack? Because that's the same one I
MMGMMPS Black.
have. Is it M11?
No, MMGMMPS Black. That's all it is. That's what it says.
Okay, okay. It's 150, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the one I have. Oh, darn. Okay. Let me put in a ticket real quick. I don't see a backpack.
Okay.
You guys see a black backpack? No, huh?
Haven't seen it.
I haven't seen anything yet, mind you.
Okay. I'll put it
People was
I'll
complaining
catch
about
up
the
with
cars.
you guys. I'll catch up with you guys.
Oh, I found something that you want, Kuppa. Well, I think you might want it. Come to me. Yeah, I'll look on the chair.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Okay, okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put in a ticket real quick.
Okay.
Okay, chat. Just be a second. Let me put in. Let's see. I don't see ticket. Create ticket.
Need to find some more food and stuff soon.
Let's
And
go do some fishing. And cook fish while Kuppa is making the ticket.
I found some more Pokemon cards.
Nice. Jungle bits.
Save me the job. I just better shoot him. Another one coming there. Another one coming. More coming. Whoa. Tony L.
Damn. Damn.
Cars are bugged.
Yeah. I was getting ready for fishing.
Okay.
There was.
Depends on which gun I've got on.
So we made a
There's my
ticket.
P90, so that one.
Let me bring you guys back in. Normal.
I found 9mm rounds in the ground. I needed for the P90.
You guys are in.
Cool.
Is it what kind of ammo is used in that one?
I'm assuming it'll be 9mm, but I'll have a look.
Let's see if all my guns to here. I don't even know what I had in my backpack, chat.
5.7 by 28.
Oh, look, my
I have
food isn't
no idea.
cooked.
It's a special.
My food's
Yeah.
not cooked.
Black market ammo.
Yeah, I don't know what was in
Oh,
my
the
backpack,
mag's
chat.
empty
Do you
now.
remember?
And some duct tape.
Darn, I don't have a backpack. I don't know if I could carry anything. I mean, I could carry this shirt around, and if I find something, and put it in there. Ooh, look, a wrench.
I found something interesting here. It's a skeleton. It had a loot. It has some loot on it. This biped. So always check the skeletons you see around. Might have some.
That's the first skeleton I've ever actually seen.
Yeah, I had to take you to the airbrush site.
I found some
There
candy.
a bunch of skeletons. Do you have the fishing rod, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get some worms. Sandworms
fishing rod.
and good.
See if we could find some food in here for us. Ooh, a match.
Yeah.
Ah. Ooh, look, I found food.
Yeah, toner. I'll put it here.
One can of food. Is there anything on the dock? No.
Oh, skeleton. Key card cheap blister pack.
I have left all my hooks in the car.
Key card cheap blister pack.
Oh, look. We have a mask, like, looks like that. Let's see.
So we cannot fish, sorry. Don't have a hook.
Ah, dear.
Oh, we can't wear that?
Chris Vector mag.
Don't it? Okay. I guess I could see if I could sell it.
That's not bad. All of that is
Skeletons.
Skeletons. Nice. Okay. Seems like we find somewhere else to check.
Bandage.
Hey Cooper, it happens you to have a book?
Let me double check. I think I put it inside your car.
Yeah, I have done the same.
Yeah, I don't have it with me. I was hoping there'll be a wolf or something. I did find a can of food and I could cook this meat. Let me cook this meat real quick. I cooked it before the rollback. Then when it came back, the food wasn't cooked.
Hmm.
Wow.
Okay.
I
Fair
forgot
lots
I
of
have an
stuff.
MRE, guys, on me.
Oh,
That
that's
should
good.
have some food.
Yeah, I got 1 can of food and 2 pieces of meat, so we'll eat those.
I think I've got a can of beans.
Oh look, I have a bottle of water right here. Okay,
Oh,
good.
food. Thank you.
Put that there. Okay. Drink our water. Where are they at? Over there? Okay, let's... Static, there's food right there for you.
Oh, thank you.
Tony, food right here for you, okay? A piece of
Thank you, Cooper.
beef, bear meat. Ooh, you got radiation heated, chili. Oh, let me eat this one.
You can
Food
eat
back to the
that
water.
one and something else from the MRE if you want. If you want to pick up
Wrapped
the
oatmeal cookie.
wrapped
The cook,
oatmeal. I don't
the
know how
cookie.
that ration heater works. I don't know if it's supposed to add water on it or you eat it like that. I don't know.
Not a freaking clue. I was trying to figure that out. Very hot. Do not put inside clothing.
Is that a coffee cup? Oh no.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just finished with the coffee.
Let's see if there's anything on this boat.
Okay.
you want any scopes, Toner?
Nah, I'm good on scopes at the moment, I think.
I found keycard blister packs.
Nice, but it has the chip inside. Is it open or closed?
No, they're brand new.
Nice. Well, what color is it? It should say the
That's just a
color in
chip.
the description.
Oh, yellow tier.
Nice.
And yellow tier.
I have a red one, but we need the workbench to craft the keycard. I have, in
Yeah.
fact, 2 blank keycards and the chip, the red chip. I have one component or a couple of them for the workbench. We probably need the base first.
Yeah, we need an area for a base.
Should we need to be close to trader?
I
base?
like to be close to trader.
Okay. Yeah, being too far should not be practical.
Oh, Tony, you should wear that pink shirt. This one. This pink dress.
Oh, it's too small, the inventory. Only 20 slots.
For what you...
I guess I'll carry this backpack.
Hmm? There's a Ferris wheel over there.
Let's check that. We already checked those garages?
I don't think we did.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there is a weapon in the Ferris wheel. Shotgun. Let's say it's past 12.
Spas, yeah.
Oh, we found the mask back. I think that's what we found earlier, right? A mask. Oh, there it is.
That song that I sent you the other day is playing on at the moment.
I see a base. A zombie down there. And another one. And a base. 400 meters away.
Yeah, I can see him. There's another 2, 3.
There is a house. There is some
A base.
cabins. Yeah, but there's also cabins in here, like, you know, hunting cabins or whatever.
I can see another couple of zombies.
Oh, there is a nice melee weapon inside.
Found a fishing rod again. Bloody hell. Fancy a shave, mate. Fishing lure.
Nice. Well, we could do some fishing if needed now.
Mm. An AA-12.
A few
Actually,
more
one.
places to loot in here.
I found an AA-12.
Oh.
Nice.
What is
Don't know how the
that?
hell I'm going
Oh,
to
these
carry
are
the damn
gloves.
thing there.
Do you guys need gloves?
I've got some gloves, I think. Or at least I did have.
I'm
Yeah, I've
good
got
for
some
now,
gloves.
thanks.
How can I get this gun in my inventory?
Let me know if you need help carrying stuff. I still have some room.
Okay. Let's see if I can just about get it in, I think. Got it in. Woohoo.
Nice.
I've got an AA-12 now.
Okay, does anyone need duct tape? I have 2.
I've got duct tape. Zombie
Thanks,
looked
bro.
at me funny, so I shot her in the head, and that's what she was holding. Oh, Tony, come here. Oh, Kuppa. I found a new hat for you, Tony.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Go with the axe you found.
Yeah. Somebody
Look,
wants cereal? Hey,
you could stand on top of these. And watch.
hey, somebody get this cereal, please. I need it.
Static, you eat it since you need it more.
I'm alright at the moment. I'm in the white. Unless you need to get rid of it to carry stuff.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think I can pick it up.
I'll eat half and you eat half, Static.
Mm-hmm. Don't know where the hell that's gone. Oh, there it is.
Oh, warm. That admin never came. He said he was coming. It's a Viking sword.
Found a gazebo kit up here.
Cool. All we need now is the cooler and some beers. Tony, I found something else to go along with your hat.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, that's it.
Oh, it's a crown.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
It's a good water container, I guess.
Drinking horn, yeah.
Now we could. Oh,
Nice.
we
I
need
can
a
give
rope.
you canteen.
Wonder if we can put it in where your canteen goes.
I think
can.
so, or at least, yeah,
Yeah, look.
you can, of course. Looks very nice.
Do you want it?
If you want to keep it, it's fine.
Let me
I
check
can give you a
what Aaron
canteen
said.
in exchange for that, so you have
It's empty
another.
though, you need to get some water in it.
No problem. That one is clean. I have the chlorine tablets, so I could get the water from whatever.
Let's see if he's on.
Yeah. Server's restarting in half an hour.
Okay, he is on. Vosa lock.
Server's drunk.
Clara is still on. Clara. I don't see her name anymore. I guess she left.
I can see one of the oil rigs with the gas around it.
Oh, I see gas.
You can see it from there.
Oh, you can see gas from here.
Oh yeah.
I think your boat's still there.
Should we? Yeah, should we go check? It's in there? I see it, right?
Yeah, it's there, I can
I see
see it.
something. Nice. Okay, we could, in theory, keep checking on the way back on buildings if we want to.
I was watching a video earlier on YouTube. You know, I've been listening to new Bring Me the Horizon album, Tona. And in the song, oh, what was it? Oh, Bullet Woman name on it. In that song, if you play the end backwards, it has like stuff recorded backwards in it.
Damn,
What did it say?
that's weird.
Like warnings against stuff. And I think the end track, Dig It, it's got a QR code that can, when you put the music through a spectrogram, there's a QR code that shows up.
There was a magazine on that skeleton.
There's a crossbow bolt under this boat.
Oh, nice.
You want to go up the
So
air
can you-
tower?
Yeah, let's take that. We're very close.
Oh,
In fact,
gonna have
can
a
you
look.
give me the lure?
Yeah.
catch a fish while you're doing that.
Yeah, I just gotta find it. Still got it, I just don't know where to put it. Ah, there it is. On the floor.
Thank you.
Tony, I have some too here. A spinner and a worm.
Nice. Thank you.
A rubber worm.
Thank you very much. It's
Yeah.
rubber.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's nice.
Yeah. Catch
Yeah.
some fish. We
First
gotta
time I
fry
see it.
some.
Okay. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Okay, I think I have chlorine tablets, right? Let me see. I know I picked up some. Yeah. I have chlorine tablets if we need it, you know, to get... Oh, that's ocean water. We can't get that.
Yeah, we can't get that one.
But the fish is good for
But-
water too, so we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Seven, I don't need that. Oh man, I want this gun.
Ooh, Snaffo AEK545.
Hmm.
No, okay,
Nice.
grab this gun instead. Let's see, I don't need that.
With a magazine.
Hmm.
There we go.
Interesting.
I could take that. Can I take the firefighter axe? It's in my teddy bear. Oh, that teddy bear can hold that. And it can hold that. Okay. And my pot doesn't have anything, so we'll put... We don't need that yet. Put that.
Yeah, got it in my inventory. Haha.
Don't need that. Put that
Damn, I have catch boots.
and that.
Mackerel and boots.
Okay.
I found another Viking horn.
I want to take the
At least I think it's a drinking horn one.
axe. I want to take the axe, Chad.
Hmm.
Okay. Take these
Where the freaking hell that
guns,
went? Ah, there it is.
and I could take that. Ooh, look, I made it.
Oh no, we can blow this one.
Ooh. Nice. I think I have heard people making that some sound
That
that
guy
I
needs to bring me back
wondering
backpack.
from where that comes. Probably is that. Yeah.
What was that? Is that you? Who's that?
Yeah. Static, I think.
Yeah, it was mine. Bit loud. Sounded loud from back.
Yeah, it's loud.
I can see zombies.
That admin needs to bring me my backpack. I have 2 guns here I need to pick up. Let's see. What can we do here? Drop that. Drop that.
Found anything
drop
good,
that.
Kuppa?
I'm just trying to make room so I could take this backpack.
You've took a hit.
Okay. Can I take this gun out? Yep, I can. Okay, so I need to take that. Can I take that? Take these. Okay.
Oh, I found a combat gas mask.
Okay, that's all I could
Nice.
take. That's it. Bottled water. Let's see what the admin says.
It's freaking massive though, isn't it?
How is my shirt? That's... Ooh, suppressor.
Found an SR-25 mag and I didn't know I had it.
How's the fishing now, Tony?
It's going well. I have already catch 2 fish.
Oh, good.
Oh, I just got big one. Marlin, blue marlin.
Cool.
Damn, where is it? It dropped into the water, but I got it. I was trying to run away.
Have you got a gun that fires 338, Tona?
No, I don't have a 338 at the moment. A 308, sorry. You asked for 308, right?
No, 338 La Pure.
Oh, you found some?
Oh no.
I've got some if anybody wants some.
I'll take them. Okay, let's see what that admin says. Okay. He said he's coming, chat. That was like 15 minutes ago, right?
What's happening, brother?
Hey.
What happened now?
You know the rollback that happened?
Yeah.
Well, I lost a backpack that I was holding.
What kind of backpack?
It's the black MMG with 150 slot.
150 slot?
Yeah.
Is it the assault? Assault? Which one was that?
It's like really bunky, really big. I think
Alright,
it's
hold on.
MMG. It's a MMG one. Chat, he looks He looks funny. Hey, Joe. Joe, the bro. Joe, my bro. Aww.
That the one?
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yes, that's the one. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, no worries. You take it easy.
Static, do you want me to bring you this 42 backpack so you could carry it, or no? You don't want one?
I'm alright.
Oh, no, okay. So we'll drop this one, and let's kill these guys first. You know, let me just go out and kill them. Okay. He finally came. Damn it. I know I had stuff in my backpack too, but you know what? It's not worth it. I don't think I had a gun in the, so it's fine. There's a guy with a backpack, right? It is one. 12. Oh, is that? No, 90. $90 slot. I wonder if we should take it and ask. Just think, I could drop it. I could drop it later.
Do you want this can of paint, Kuppa? Because I'm going to dump it.
Go ahead and dump it. Oh, you know what? No, let me grab it from you. Let me find you.
I'm just over here.
Yeah, I'm coming to you. Cause I think we could sell them, so I want to take it.
You know, I'm carrying a lot of stuff and I'm just slimming down what I'm carrying. Don't have a Chris Vector either. I've got a bunch of magazines for lots of things, but... Can you sell the magazines, Tony?
Yep, you can sell magazines. Some of them are worth it almost 10,000. Depends.
I got
Like
cancer.
3 to 8
Needed that.
magazines for the sniper rifles
What's that I got?
Yeah.
are expensive.
It is.
The PKP, you can sell it for 10,000, but it costs 100k to buy.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, that worked. Now I've got another gun.
What's that
Nice.
I got?
Which gun you found?
A
I
Saint
thought
Victor 556.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought he was over
that's a
there.
good one, but I don't know if the MK18, the one you have, is even better than that, or almost the same. I think you can attach a few more thingies into the one you find.
Okay,
Mm.
I'm here.
Yeah, it's by my feet, wherever it is.
Okay. I drop a backpack if you want to carry that one. It has 90 slots.
Yeah, I'll be alright, thanks, mate.
Okay.
You should end up over carrying stuff, don't you? I didn't want your kitty ears anymore.
Yeah, I unloaded those. Okay, let's open this one with this sword. Tony, let us know if you need help over there.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm thinking to go looting because I already got a lot of fish, and
Do you need us to
I
come
have some
help you
room.
cook it or what?
I
Yeah,
think we should.
I could cook it.
Yeah, let's cook it right there. I'll come over there.
I can see some zombies on the beach.
Let me grab some long stick.
I can see another one there.
Yeah, we need bark. No, I don't need bark because I have. Okay, but I need bark at the start. So we need. Just need one. Bark. We have 10 minutes. Should we wait afterwards?
I can wait here, can't we? And
Tony? Should we wait?
Yeah,
10
yeah,
minutes? Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, I have long sticks and bark. So we're ready when.
Good.
Do you need me to carry anything? Those those logs.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
You could put that
I
in
mean,
your.
I have room, but I
Okay.
just don't want it to get wet. I was checking if the backpack was
Okay.
wet. Nice.
You know what that does, right? Static? On a server? It brings the bears
cool.
and the monsters.
And apparently players that teleport.
You get your stuff back?
Oh, hey! Hey, Blake. Yeah, look. Got it back.
Okay, just want to make sure they got your stuff back.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I was gonna ask you? We need to know a place to loot that gives us good stuff and doesn't have gas and AI. What's your recommendation?
That doesn't have gas or AI?
Yes.
Like, so like Camp Bear, Camp Eagle, Camp Wolf. The prison has a couple of millie areas in it that spawn pretty good loot. So those are like the ones near Oceanville and then down south. And then there's Paris Island, the airfield, Bayville Military. There's a he built a smaller military just directly west of Waldeboro. It has some pretty good loot, and it's got a pretty big medical area in it too to get medical supplies from.
Okay.
But y'all are pretty much going to the right places. How much time we have left? Here, let me help you out. Y'all have room in your bags?
I do.
do that on the ground.
Oh, what are these?
Oh, nice.
There should be enough sets for all of y'all to have one, and then whenever it's left over, I'll just delete.
Cool.
But that'll get
Oh,
you to
that's
the
great.
oil rigs. That'll go on and give you a jump start. Y'all be able to go on and go. The only gas zone that doesn't have AI is the crater, but the only thing you get from there is
Gloves. I have.
the
Shirt,
smoky grenade for the quest, for the
gloves,
Deerisle quest.
helmet. That.
Okay.
Do you need a bigger bag, Montana, or do you have enough room to carry you a set?
Oh, well. I think I could fit it. I'm not sure how big is that.
I think I'm gonna take another one of those.
I mean,
No,
I could fit my set, but not all of them. Oh,
There, take that bag and
thanks.
put you a set in it.
Can I put a helmet?
Yeah, I told Kara that couple was on it. She was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Oh, did
She was
you
like,
see?
"Where's she at?"
Did you see me first before her?
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
you when you first logged in a couple of days ago, and then I saw you back on, and it reminded me, and I told her, and she was like, "Where's she at?"
Did you guys ever finish? Did you go into Ludosaurus at all?
Yeah, we went in there and got pretty fucked up trying to figure out where they had put the machines and stuff, the vending machines and stuff, and then we never fought him. When he killed the flux and solder, because I had we had 13 or 14 blister packs to make it, and we ran out of flux and solder. And then he updated that drug mod, and it took the place of the industrials, and all that stuff started to spawn for the drug mods, and I couldn't find flux or solder, and I was on 24/7 running around for like a week looking for it, and it wasn't happening. So
Oh,
I looked
darn.
at her one day, and I was like, I found another server. It's kind of new, and it was this one, and I'd already been over here like a week before I got her on here.
Did
And we
she
came
like?
over here, and
Did
then
she like it?
they gave me admins. Yeah,
Oh,
she likes it
good.
over here. She likes the fact that her base mate's an admin,
Okay.
or her group mate.
Yeah, exactly. It does help, you know.
She's never had to submit a ticket. I know that.
Look at her being spoiled.
But yeah, those hazmat suits will get y'all into the gas zones now. The AI aren't too bad, and them suits are pretty beast. They'll take some hits from the AI. Just watch your backpacks.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
that'll be your backpack, or like say you're in a zone with AI like Alcatraz. Your backpack or your shirt will be the first thing to go. So just watch yourself around them. Just be on your P's and Q's.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you
They
very
used
much,
to have
Days.
How
they
much?
used to have black market weapons and hazmat suits on. Now all they have is NBC suits and vanilla weapons. So it's a little bit easier.
How much is a cabin Z?
500K for the admin kit.
Okay.
It's just pre-built. It's ready built.
Oh, so you just set
Yeah,
it down and
it's
it's
not
done?
like it's not like the ones that we had on G3 where you got to put all the materials in. It's
Okay.
the 500K is an admin kit because you can build the kit, you can make the kit for free.
Okay. So once you put it down, you don't need nails, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Once you put it down, all you gotta do is put a code lock on it. It's the admin kit builds the cabin for you. No materials needed.
What about the flag? Is that when you
3
put it
sticks
down
and a rope.
and then it
Auto
pops
build
up?
auto. Yep, auto build, and it already has a flag raised. So you put your flag down and then go to build. You don't have to do anything else unless you want to change your flag type.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. We need to find a rope, boys.
I'll drop you one when we come back from reset.
Okay.
You're allowed your group's allowed 2 flags, so you can technically make 2 bases, or you can make a base on the water and put a boat, like a garage up for a boat, or
Oh. Okay.
And I think he actually changed the restrictions so there's 2 garages per person, but it kind of glitches it when it tries to. Sometimes you can get 2 garages per person, sometimes it doesn't work. But if y'all get in a predicament, just let me know and I'll come put an admin. I'll come put a public garage down for your boats or whatever.
Okay.
That way you ain't got to worry about it.
Ari, do I know the owner? Do you know the owner on the server? Oh, darn. It's restart. Okay.
And restart.
Yep.
I'll be right back, chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to get a glass of water.
Okay, right.
Well, that saved us some money. I was looking for those suits. That was nice.
Yeah. I've got full NBC gear now. Does it
Yeah.
include masks?
Yes, everything, and it's bigger stores than NBC. I'll show you in a bit. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chad, I'm back. Just logging in. Is this an? It's not a roleplay server. It's just a regular Deerisle server. It looks like they have regular Zed, and they have bears, I assume, and wolves, because we encountered the wolves. So no weird monsters, no, evil monsters and stuff like that. Gas zone. There's gas zone. Black market. I think the black market's gonna be crazy to run. But yeah, it's a regular playing DayZ server. I wish I could find a roleplay server, but I don't think there's any roleplay servers out there right now that's that I know of. Like vegans, the one I play on. Okay, I'm back. I'm logging in right now.
Yeah, I'm in the queue. 13th.
Okay. I'll queue you guys in as soon as I get in, chat.
A while ago. Huh. I've been playing Dark Tide Returner. Mudrunner Returner. Been playing a bit of Minecraft. I've got a lot of games installed. Been playing Robocop as well. My game crashed. Right, try and get back on. I was in the queue and I think I was in about 10th place and the game crashed.
The one I met you was amazing, even though yeah, I'm glad you got to play a little bit, Okay, I'm in.
Oh.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah, I came back in the tree too.
Yeah, I think a few people had a hard time getting in.
Yeah, we've had the
Oh,
hot pop, really
I
hot
mean,
pop the past couple days. But yeah, I'm not sure if you know the server owner or not. He goes by Unvax Savage. He had owned a P server before this one. It
Okay.
was Savage Lands PvP, and then he decided to go to the PvE side. But we do have a Namal survival, like a PvE with PvP zones, and it's like almost pretty much vanilla, except for like some kits for lockers and stuff.
Okay. Sounds good too.
Let me get you a rope. I can just do this.
Look. Thank you.
Yep. To get y'all started.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds good. Thanks again, Ari.
Alrighty, y'all have a good one.
You too.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
and he's gone.
All right.
I know. So we need to find a place for a base. And I'll buy the base since I have money.
Okay.
Yeah, Kara gave me some money, so and put the flag down. We have the flag. And then we'll buy some
What the
storage so
bloody
we
hell
could
was
leave
that?
all this stuff in the base. We don't have to
Oh,
carry it around, right?
Yeah.
mm,
I'm trying to fit the hazmat suits into the backpack, into my actual inventory. Take it out from the backpack I have in my hands.
Oh,
But you know what? I think I should get this backpack into my bag and change it to the one I'm using.
Tony, you want me to start a fire here?
Yeah, I need to sort out the inventory. Do you think you have room to pick up your hazmat suits, or you want me to carry that until we get to somewhere else?
I've got no space.
No space? Okay, no
No,
problem.
I have mine. I have mine.
I'll got it. You have? Okay. Oh, you have already one. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
good,
I have
good.
mine.
Cool.
So, um,
Nice, nice.
just you and Static that you have. Let me start a fire here.
Okay.
We could at least cook the fish, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, of course we can.
The fish might go rotten, right? If we don't cook it.
Yeah, it could. It's on the boat though. I'm gonna have to go there and pick it up in a bit. I'm gonna give you this backpack, Static.
Mm,
Let's see.
I'm gonna give you 180 backpack
oh,
with the
okay.
gun slot. And but I'm gonna need you give me the one you have so I can fit probably
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
stuff
Chuck it
I
on the floor and
cannot.
I'll swap stuff over.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna get the fish in the boat.
Yeah. Right. How do I get everything in this backpack? I still don't think I can get everything in it.
Oh, I forgot how to make a standee, chat. Let's see.
I have a baking pot. I don't know if we can. Well, we don't have a tripod.
Yeah, we can make one. Let's see. It's long stick and I think short stick. So let me try to make it.
Okay. Okay.
No! I need a long stick. Can't find a long stick.
I think I had one somewhere before the restart. I don't know where it went.
Why is
There's
it? You
some
give me an option for it.
inventory. Oh yeah, I got it. Got a long stick here if you need it.
Okay, I'm coming.
Right. Tony, the bag I've took off, I put it on the floor, but
It's
I
this
can't
one,
get 3 things out of it
and then
because I just don't have the
find
room.
it.
No problem. Okay.
Oh, my
Leave 'em there.
tactical vest, I can't get it out of there because I got nowhere to put it.
Don't worry. Just leave it in there, and we try to carry all that to trader to sell the stuff.
Shit, can't see anything now.
Yeah, that one
Okay, it's
can
ready,
be
Tony.
hard to see.
It's ready.
Nice. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, that works. Nice. Okay. We're gonna have boiled fish.
Yep, yum.
And we have all kinds in there, like blue marlin and mackerel, bonita,
Sounds good.
and something else.
Oh, chat, I'm sorry. I didn't bring you guys in. You guys missed it. I created this cooking stand. Anyways.
Oh, that's good. The hazmat suit doesn't require a filter.
Yeah.
Have you got the jacket as well, though, Tony? Or jackets?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I have jackets and more parts as well, but I think you got some of the gloves and stuff in your jacket, in your back.
Okay. Let's see. Some of that and more.
Okay, it's done. Come to the picking pot and pick up your fish. Have you grabbed some fish, Kuppa?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Okay.
Oh, I just eliminated a couple of zombies. Right, where's the fish? Oh, there, in the pot. Fish. Hot fish, burn your fingers with your fish.
It's in the picking pot? Yeah. There you go. Okay. So we're ready. I'm burning. Must be the bot. Yeah. But
Apparently I can't climb aboard.
I see you on board now.
Oh yeah, I am now, but trying to get in the boat's a pain in the arse. The bag. We're going back to the trader now to dump all this stuff.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we can get to Portland. Should be a boat, public boat garage we can use. What was that in the ground in the bottom of the sea? Well, hopefully nothing
Your
important. Let's go.
canister
Canister. Okay. Oh yeah, I got that on purpose to my group, but probably was not needed. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. It's gonna be back and forth, Chad. Like
We good on
um,
gas
yeah,
at the moment.
I'm gonna grab that in a second. Okay, where are we going?
We're going to Portland, try to find a boat garage, public boat garage. And yeah, that would be nice to have that information where the public boat garages are. But I'm almost sure in the Portland dock should be at least one. And then we should find a public car garage to get the car,
Okay.
get the trailer.
Okay.
I'm thinking that will be faster than going around with the boat, but if you guys think we can go in the boat, thing is that we still should find a boat garage to store the boat.
Hopefully there'll be a parking place where you can call your car back in Portland.
Yeah, there is. There is garage for the cars almost in every town.
Oh, okay.
Should be nearby the market or something like that, or the gas station, possibly.
Oh, a helicopter crash. Don't know
But do
if
you think it's not like just
I think it might be just scenery. There's
yeah,
no smoke.
no smoke, yeah. We could claim one of these islands to build a base as well. Only thing is that we couldn't go to on car. Have to
Yeah.
go on boat or helicopter.
Or swimming lessons.
Yeah.
No gas zone.
Sorry, say that again, please.
Is there a gas
Oh.
zone?
No. It's not. Looks
like a
like.
gas
Oh well,
zone, no.
the one in the right. Yeah, the one in the right. It is. Yes. I just noticed.
That's a ship.
Yep. It's a ship. What is that? It's not in the map, right?
Nope. Not.
No, it's
Or
not
if it
like
is.
a.
Oh, there
It
is a sort of
doesn't.
ship on the map.
Yeah. I think that's like feature of the vanilla map,
Okay, chat, I'm back.
vanilla Deerisle map. Not
Okay,
sure.
I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, there's a dog
I don't
right
think
there.
the.
Is that a dog?
Yeah, but do you think? Yeah, it's a dog, but I'm looking for the post of the
Parking.
Oh,
thing, the parking, and cannot see it. I don't want to get too close. If we get into the gas, That's why. But let's get a little closer. I think it should be in the left side. There's another area with dogs as well.
If not, I could drive all around. I think you can go under that bridge as well.
Yeah.
I'll let it get you anyway.
Oh, what happened?
Shallow water, I think.
No, the game was frozen for a second. Do you
Oh,
think
right
we
there,
can
Tony. Ahead of
try?
you, right there, right there, right there.
Oh,
Oh, look,
see it.
I see
Come
it.
on.
Nice,
Yeah, right
nice,
there.
nice. Oh, but this is for it belongs to a base, I think. That base. But
Oh,
let's
yeah.
try.
I'd say so too.
Can you put it in though, and then take it out somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I need to know if we have access to it first.
Okay.
Can somebody jump out a little bit and check if it's not private, please?
Hang on. Oh, fuck, that bag's huge.
Yeah, you can park there.
Nice.
Oh, and there's a car up here too, Tony, right here.
Good. Yeah,
Yeah, you can grab your
I'm
car out
trying
here.
to. Yeah, let me see if I can get the boat there, cause. No. Okay. We sunk the boat.
Is this somebody's base?
Let me see if that is
Oh, it is
close
somebody's
enough for
base.
this. Yeah.
What the hell? Look at this base. Look, they built like that. Oh my god,
That's good. Yeah.
like a treehouse.
Nice. Thank you.
It's alright.
Do you think we can get the boat in there somehow? Maybe going from the other side?
Maybe. We'll have to take a bit
Yeah,
of a run
maybe.
off.
Go on the other side.
ain't gonna work, is it?
Check the machine. You're in next to the post. If you can check and it shows the boat, maybe. Yes, hard to get it closer.
No, I can't see no vehicle. I don't know how to use this one.
Okay.
God.
Oh my
All right.
god, Tony. Maybe because you drove it, Tony, you might have to be the one putting it.
Yeah, maybe, but the thing is that
You can't even
when the
get
time
up
I
there.
go out of the boat, the water just move it.
Oh.
Maybe I have to use the thingy, the anchor.
Oh yeah, you gotta
Try
put the
that.
anchor down. Drive it up and then drop the anchor.
Yeah, maybe what they do is just come fast and do that.
Okay, drop the anchor. Let's see if you can do
Nice.
it.
What's anchor?
What's this?
Sit. Set. Double tap set. Nice. Okay, you got it. Hopefully it's still inside of the...
Thanks. Is it TLHV? How do you pronounce that?
Almost.
Yeah, he dropped it.
Anything?
No,
I didn't know he wasn't dropping
Nope.
the anchor.
Anything.
If I'd have remembered what the button the anchor was, I would have been able to do it.
Wanna try again?
Yeah, I can do. Oh, this fucking bag.
I can
This
carry the
one.
back.
Bloody bag. I can't see one.
It's let me look at the name real quick, okay? I'll type it in for you. Okay, let me tap out. This is... I'll type it so that it's easy for you to find it.
Nice. Okay. Think it's in the place. Yeah. Turn it off. That should work.
It's called Savage Land.
Anyway.
Okay, I still don't see it.
With a Z,
I still
and
don't
then
see it,
it's
but
a
you try. You
Deerisle
try to see
server.
if it shows to
They
you.
have a Namaz also, he said.
Don't you just have to push store vehicle and see if it works?
Well, yeah, do that. Let's do that.
Is
Pretty
it
better
letting
you
you?
do it.
Oh yeah, you need to be the last driver. It says so.
Yes.
Yeah, but before you store it, we probably have to remove some stuff and select the group tab from the top so anyone can
Oh, is that why?
take it after that.
Yeah,
No,
I
I don't
think we
think
might.
that's problem, but we can just take the stuff from the trunk so we can sell it.
Oh, can you grab his
We've got a
vehicle?
lot of stuff in there. Shove as much as you can in that bag, I suppose, any time.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. See how much more can I carry here. I think that's it.
Correct. That's right. You are
Yeah.
right.
I can carry a bit more.
I know, right? That's what I thought. I
Yep.
don't know if we're not storing it right. This is somebody's
Albeit
garage
your
though.
best
We're
in the
just
ground.
using it.
Oh, I've just managed to
you
pick it up.
could. Right? I can't believe you were on this server earlier. That's funny.
Okay, try that to see if that works.
Yeah, I think the stuff could be inside, I thought. But try it.
Yeah.
Store vehicle group, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Vehicle needs to be locked to
Okay.
be parked in.
Lock
Okay.
it.
Yeah, that makes sense. At least it recognizes there is a vehicle there. Nice.
Yay!
Got it.
Yes, yes. Got it. Okay, let's go up there and get the car. This is somebody's base. Look at this base. Look. It's huge. Guys, look at this base. It's huge. It's like a tree house.
A lot of stairs.
Oh yeah. I
Right,
heard
see?
some people talking about the treehouse base. Looks nice. Really cool.
Stairs must have took my ages to do.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Tony, right here. The garage is right behind you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was checking the map a little bit. Oh yeah, this one needs a pin, a code, not public. But we should just walk a little bit over the gas station that is very close. See
Oh,
if
okay.
there's a crash
Okay.
in there.
Your HB just followed.
Are we inside of a base?
Oh, we need to go around?
Possibly.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh no, can walk through. Pick something up, I don't know where it is.
Wow, look at this base. He put it on top.
Oh, it's a reflex site.
I actually been on this the day
Nice.
before was my first time. I played
Oh,
like
the
3
garden
hours
shed
on
on the roof.
only, and this is my second day on
I
here
mean,
only.
the greenhouse.
So I don't know. I can't tell you
Where you
yet.
guys gone?
You
Are you
tell
over
me.
there?
How long did you play on this server?
Okay, I see the gas station from here. We should just get this straight and take the right.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Like you came into my chat, into Twitch, and we're on the same server, and we play about the same amount of days. It has to be a
Yep,
coincidence.
there is a garage in here.
Ooh.
That's amazing, right? It's meant to be. Like you're supposed to meet me. Right? Amazingly weird.
Oh, look, a furniture.
Oh,
It's a coffee grinder kit.
oh,
Oh,
wow.
I can't carry that.
Can you grab it?
Yeah,
Nope.
Oh,
we
get
can
your
just
car.
put it in the car.
Yeah, get your.
Yeah.
Tony, what is this thing right here? It says turn on.
It's a generator.
Yeah, some sort of air
Or an air
compressor or
compressor.
generator. I'm not sure what it does.
Oh.
Air
okay.
compressor. That's for spray painting.
Oh, he says
Well,
air
look at it.
compressor for the scuba gear. Scuba gear.
Ah,
Oh, nice. It says spawn area is blocked. Can you guys try to get the car, please? You should be able to see it and get it from the group tab.
Okay, I stay away from it.
Yeah, let's stay away from the thingy, but
Is it
that
there?
shouldn't be. No?
restore vehicle, is it?
Yeah, restore vehicle, please.
Spawn area is blocked.
Oh, I
Okay.
don't know.
What is it? Does mean?
There's like
not blocked.
a few things
Don't see anything here.
wrong. Not wrong, I wouldn't say, but needs correcting.
The same problem I had. Yeah. Oh, I see why. Look, spinner bait in the ground.
Ah,
Thomas dropped in there. Probably that's why it
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
work
There you go.
sometimes.
There you go. He got
Okay.
it.
Nice.
Did you
Right.
pick up that thing that you need to put in the car?
Nope, I'll do it in a bit.
Right. Who's going in the boot then?
Oh, Sunnyvale. I actually played that like
Okay, got it.
a long time ago, so long ago. But that was hard because they have like the monster, right? And then they have the what is it? PvP zone, correct?
Oh, get in a bloody car.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, but Sunnyvale I thought was a little bit hard. Is that correct? But I like it.
And
It
you're
was like a
gonna
little
go.
bit challenging. But it's popping. Like there's a lot of people on there.
Oh.
Same with this server. This server has a lot of people
Map's
on there.
disappeared.
I love it. I love it when there's a lot
Oh,
of
there
people.
it is. Take
Yeah, you should.
the only
When you
corner
come
you
in,
can take
yeah,
straight across at the
well,
island.
if you want to type your name or if you want to message me your name and we'll look for you next time we're on. Do you usually
Supposedly
play by
an island
yourself
up ahead.
or do you have a group? Because if they're not
Yeah.
on, I could, you
And
know,
then just
Straight
could,
over.
straight, right?
Then just carry on straight, yeah.
play with you guys. And then if your friends are not on, we could play together as well. You're solo? Okay, okay.
And then it'll bring you to the North Isle Trader.
Yeah, we could always add you to the group too, so.
Nice.
Yeah, just message me
Just
your
gotta keep
name.
going there.
And,
You have to turn back on yourself when you get close to the
Okay.
trader though, to go up the road to it.
Isn't that, that is so amazing. I can't believe you found my, like on Twitch, you enter, you know, Twitch, and then you came in here in chat, and then you found me a few minutes that you just played on this server. It's meant to be. Pacific, but it just depends. So, Montana, which is Tony, he is, I think he's 3 hours ahead of me. So my daytime, when I play at night, usually he's
Yeah, it was
asleep.
scary. I'm sorry.
But
End up
Bit
I'd
of
rather
lag.
play at nighttime.
Yeah.
If I can. I usually don't play in the daytime, but today he was on and I was on. It was perfect timing. Static came on. And so... And I haven't seen them in forever, so this is like my second day playing with Tony in such a long time. Static I haven't seen in a long time, so this is my first day playing with him in like months. We haven't seen each other for months. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, okay.
You're getting
Okay.
closer, right? Next turn to the
Yeah,
right, I
just
guess.
yeah. Hairpin turn.
Sunnyvale is
Oops.
crazy. I remember that was so crazy when we played. If I didn't have my friend with me when I played Sunnyvale, I would not have made it. It was like, because they had the monsters and everything. But people are so kind though on that server, I have to say. They're really nice. If you're looking for like a... I'm not promoting anything, guys. If you're looking for like a harder, like a PvE, with
Yeah, there's your hairpin
P
turn.
zone and popping, there's people on there and those monsters and lions and flying dragons and all kinds of crazy stuff. Sunnyvale is the way to go. And you're looking for a place where there's a lot of people. Some people don't like a lot of people, so.
Oh, and right there's the battery. That's where it was.
We haven't made a base yet, but we should. We should make a base so we could put all our stuff away.
Fucking car battery in.
Do you have a base already? Okay.
Or
Time to sell. Okay, Chad, this is the boring part. I'm so sorry, guys. But this is the boring part where I sell all my stuff. So this is when you wanna, if you wanna
Alright,
grab
sell some
a,
of this shit I'm
you
carrying.
know, grab a snack, go have, you know, go, get a drink. This is the time. Oh, okay, I gotta make sure my guns don't have attachment.
Good to know. The coffee grinder kit, it only goes for 2,000. So, and the solar panel kit, it goes for 12,000.
Hmm.
Not all the kits were the same.
Okay.
Okay, we don't want to sell this gun.
You know all the
I almost
attachments to
sold
these
it.
guns, can you sell them separately?
Oh, you know what? I bet I could.
Yes,
I
yes.
wonder if I could put my guns in the car.
Dismantle all the weapons before selling it.
Where's the car at? I think it was here, right?
Where can I sell bear pelts? Where can I sell bear pelts?
Consumables, I think.
Doable?
Is it
Oh,
consumable?
thank you.
Let me.
Air stick.
Thank you, thank you.
Do I have a bell pelt? Oh, I threw it out. I thought I had a bear pelt. Darn, I tossed it? Oh, the bear pelt was in my, oh man, in my backpack that I lost. When restart happened, not restart, but when the server disconnected. Damn it.
I'm guessing we can even get the boat in one of these garages and get the stuff out and then put it inside again. What do you think?
Say that again, Tony?
I was thinking that it's probably a possibility to get the boat in this garage here on the trader.
Oh,
I know we're not going to drive it, just for to get the stuff out of it and then store it back. I don't know if that's going to cause a glitch.
Tony, I'm gonna put my gun that I'm not gonna sell on the bottom of the car. So,
Okay.
yeah, don't sell those guns. Those are mine. Because I might accidentally sell them.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how it
Let me know if you want to keep anything else with no selling it.
just the guns on the bottom. Because you know how it sells all your guns on you, even if it's in your, you know, shoulder. And I accidentally my press sell and it's gone.
Not good, yeah.
So I'm gonna leave these here. These I don't want to sell at all accidentally. Okay, so I'm gonna close that and lock it. I guess I should get my own vehicle, right, and store it. Maybe I'll do that too. Okay, chat. This is what I mean by it's gonna be boring. So, knife. I have 3. I'm gonna sell that one. So I just have 2 and 1. That's enough. I don't want to carry too much stuff on me. Okay, so I'm gonna sell that one. Sell this one. Sell that one. look at this gun real quick. This is, oh, it's a 308. Okay. Static, do you want a Kobori? Because I
A
found
what?
one. I found one. 338 gun.
That's the Lapua shooting thing, innit?
Let's see. Yeah, correct.
Dunno.
Did you? Here, come over here and look at it and see if you want it.
Hang on, just spotting where you are.
I'm right in front of you.
Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop it on the ground.
How you keep it, mate?
I was gonna sell it. That's why I'm asking you before I sell it. If you want it. If not, I'm gonna sell it.
Sell it if you wanna. I don't mind.
Okay, okay. This is actually... Okay. I'll sell it. I know. That's a bear gun. I guess he doesn't want it. But sell it. Okay, is that all the guns I have to sell? Yep. Okay.
Right. Go get on that shit out your car now, Turner. Still go get on that
What's that,
shit out
Chopper?
your car.
Well, there is some stuff still. I have sold pretty much everything I could already. There are some weapons still in here that I think are the weapons, Kuppa weapons that you don't want to sell, and that's it. The other stuff is pretty much backpacks, empty backpacks,
There
shoes,
was a
hunter jackets.
box in there.
What? Oh yeah, the box, the workbench kit. You mean, or you mean a kit?
They might be in the boat then.
But what kind of box? Because I sold some kits already
I don't know. I think I
from
put.
here.
Can't remember if they're all in the boat.
Okay, I have the firefighter axe. I'm gonna sell the hatchet. Look at this crown.
Oh yeah, I had it in the backpack, didn't I? My vest, a box thing, wherever it was.
Okay. Well, we can get that later from the boat.
Okay, what's the player to player guy at? Where's he at? Oh, here. There he is. See the spray can. Oh. Nobody's selling those? Okay, I'll just sell it back then.
Where's Static?
Was it this guy? No. It was this guy.
Where the hell did you sell that?
I think here, in this guy. Where I am. Not mistaken, possibly here. Looks like not. Damn. Oh yeah, here in rack and in the building. Trader.
Let's look at our bear. Okay, I'm gonna sell this bear.
Kuppa, did you want some 338 ammo?
338, you said? Yeah, I'll take it. Let's see if we could use this one.
Tony, did you want your beanie back?
Yeah, please. I would like to have it. I just sold the Viking thingy. I'm gonna see if I can sell the fishing stuff to this guy.
308. Let's see,
Nope.
I need 308 ammo. Okay. That's it. Okay, let me go see how much money I made. And then 38. I made 38,000. So I don't know if we're still splitting the money 3 ways or what we're doing. 38. 3 ways. That's 1, 3, 9, 2, 6, 6, 8, 5, no, 3, 3 touch 3, 4, 12, no, not 4, 3, 9,
What are we going to do? Put all the hazmat gear in the car?
3.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that so we can sort out everyone have their own full suit.
Is this a 5? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, okay. 12,000. About 12,000. Okay.
Drop the
Tony, you
hazmat
want us
suits
to
and
split the money in 3, or you want us just to keep the money what we sold? What do you want to do?
we could split it in 3, yeah.
Okay.
Probably third thing to do.
Okay.
Um,
I'm done selling. Let me get my gun so I don't. Okay, the quarry goes here. Magazine. Where was I putting it? Magazine. I'll just put it down here. St. Victor.
you have
Wonder if-
the gloves, right? The hazmat gloves.
Yeah, I've got some of it.
Okay.
I've got ice suit on me. And the rest I'll put in there.
Okay.
So you already have a full kit.
Yeah, I've got boots,
You know, I
trousers,
can't sell
gloves,
this baseball
hood,
t-shirt.
jacket, and helmet.
Okay, I think in your
Clothing.
belt there is a slot for an NPC pouch that usually holds a
sorry.
NPC full suit. You should probably buy the pouch
Don't
and
think I do,
try
you
to
know.
fit. No?
There it is. So.
I've seen it. Who knows? Okay.
Okay.
You sure you have a hood?
Yeah, I got a hood.
NPC hood?
Open.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
you know
my
what? It's gonna
hood,
go.
gloves,
Okay, so I need to send
jacket.
12 and 100. Okay. Okay, Tony.
Sure.
Tony and
Yep.
Static, you guys ready? I'm gonna send you some money, okay, from what I made.
Okay. Okay.
Don't have
So
to.
we go here. We go Static and Tony.
Oh, got a sewing kit. I didn't know I got that.
I hate this. Like, I don't want to spell their name wrong. Chat. Okay, so Montana. I need to send 12. 12 and then 100. Transfer to player. Montana, yeah. Okay. Tony, you got yours?
Yep. Got it.
I gotta find Static's name.
The way you sell those key card chips.
Sell it. Don't sell that. That's not worth it to sell.
Yes?
Better to keep it in your storage for now, I think. You could sell it here at the P2P market, but it I think it's better to keep it.
Okay, Static, I send you your cut of the money.
Oh, thank you. Didn't have to.
Okay, then I'm gonna deposit all.
I'd send you some money, but I didn't make that much.
Oh, I think I have sold pretty much all your stuff, so I'm gonna
I don't
send
know if
you
I did the
guys
map right,
your
but
part.
Don't worry
I
about
made
it, Anna.
83,000.
okay, so
Yeah.
let me look at the car. I might want to
Let
buy
me
a
just
car.
check if I have sold anything
Oh.
else in here.
Okay, so it's gonna go right there.
Oh.
Okay, let's look at the
Okay.
car. See which car we want. Oh, we have a battery? No. Might as well get a car, right, chat?
I don't know if to sell that black vest with a big pouch on it or not.
Oh, these are what, a 2 mil. Shit.
No, thank you. I think I'm
No
loaded now.
problem. Nice.
Let's see. 180.
I send your as well.
Okay, thanks. This is 750.4. I don't know. 4 Raptor. That's what I want. A 4 Raptor. Okay, so how much is that?
Did you want this ammo, Kuppa?
Somewhat. Say that again.
338 ammo.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Is
Yeah, I'm
that
just trying to spot where you are. Oh, there you are.
okay? Thank you.
It's alright. No good me having it. I ain't got nothing to shoot with it.
Okay, let's look at the 4 Raptor, chat. Oh, look at this.
I wonder if the tortilla bag's as good as the other tortilla bags. Or is
Oh,
it
this
just
is the one I
stock
want. The
stuff?
4 6x6. Okay. 2.8 mil. I can't afford that. Okay, the Raptor I could afford. What is this? Like 900, 900K, right? Plus 41. What is that? 941 with a 0? Like 9004100. Is that what it is?
Well, it's not too big.
Green.
9 by 7.
This is the green. Here's the gray. Here's the red. Here's the blue. Black, I assume. And winter. I like the green though.
I'm gonna have to go grab some food. IRL.
Okay, mate. I'm gonna quit, I think.
Okay, that's fine.
It's
I'll
10
be
past
back
2
in a
here.
bit, Kuppa, if you're going to be around a little bit more later.
Okay. I'm gonna look. I'm looking at the vehicles, and then I need to look at maybe how much the price the base is.
Yes, I don't know where to buy that, but it should be here.
I'll look.
This guy.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll catch you later, guys. I'm out of here.
Okay, Static.
Alrighty.
It's been
Have a good night.
Good seeing you. Okay. Don't be a stranger.
I'll be back at some point. Alright, have fun.
Night.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Tents. Territory supply. Oh, there it is. Tony, it's under territory supply. Admin hunting cabin, 500K. Okay. We could do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have enough for that.
That's it.
So we'll do
Nice.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that one in.
We just need to decide where to build then.
Yes, yes, correct.
There is a large tree house kit as well, 700k.
Oh, look at there's the garage kit right there, next to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also garage kit.
Don't buy the flagpole. I already have the flagpole. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I will
Good,
just buy
good.
the hunting cabin, and we find a place, and we're done.
Yo, I couldn't hold it, bro.
Nice.
So I just sold
Okay.
it.
Alrighty.
I already got weapons and
Well,
shit, bro. I got the Cavalry and
have a good one. It was
Okay.
fun.
car.
Okay. I'll see you later, Tony.
See you later.
My bad.
I appreciate it.
Actually,
Bro.
his
Nah, you're
friend.
good, bro.
Do they have like chat? Do they have like storage stuff? Base
Oh, I was forgetting about the car.
Oh.
Do you want to use it?
No, no, no. Go ahead and put it away. I'm gonna log off after
Okay.
I'm done here.
Okay.
Ooh, look, they do have lockers. Okay. 3 large 3-door military. What the 4-door military? They have all the 4-door military crate. So they do have crates. Okay, building plus. Okay, this is if you're building it. Oh, they have barrels. That's what we just bought. We just look 6K. Others. So we have weapons, important events, attachments, and these. What's the slot on this? It doesn't say.
Okay. See you later, Kuppa.
Okay, take care, Tony. Oh.
You too.
So I gotta exit from chat. There we go. Well, all by ourselves, I mean, from Discord. Okay, sorry, chat. Okay. What's the storage on this? 6K. Oh. Let's go look at the vehicle. Okay, because I want my own, probably my own car. My own car. I really want this car, but I can't afford it. 2.8 mil, chat. 2.8 mil. So I'm gonna get a 4 Raptor, and I'm gonna get the green one, and that's yeah. Oh, that is okay. So this is right. Okay, look, it says 4.1. It's actually 4. Look down here, down here. You guys seeing this? It's actually right here. Sorry. Wait, how much is it? Green Raptor. Wait, it's this much? Wait, I thought it was. Did it change prices? No, there's not.
You.
Or Raptor. Did it just go up in price, chat? Wait, I wrote down. What did I didn't write down the price. Oh, no, it's 9. I wrote down 9. Okay, so I wrote down 900 406. Is there insurance for these cars? Are there insurance? Buy with attachment.
This would be a spare mag for you too, man.
Let me ask.
Good luck.
Nobody's answering me yet. Chat, let me give you guys gamma real quick. Okay, let me go to the bank and see how much money we have. Okay, so we have 2 mil. If we pull out, 90046, right? Okay. Did anyone answer us? No, nobody knows. Okay, let's go over here. Let me turn on my gamma, because you guys... And let me get my code ready. Let's see, what's... I wrote my code down. Let's see. Okay. I think this is it. Okay, let's go here. Let's go to 4 Rapture. And we want the green one. And oh, you know what? How much is the packing ranch? There's no packing ranch, huh? There's no packing ranch on here. Keep forgetting. That one. And one in stock. Buy with attachment. Okay. Let me write that down just in case it doesn't come out and I have to do a ticket. So I'm getting the Ford Rapture green. And we're gonna buy that. Are you sure you want to buy one for price of blank with the selected attachment? Yes. Push it for 4, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Is this it? Yes, okay. Get in. Let me get it. I can't see crap, chat. Did I already put it? Oh my god, I already put it in the thing. Chat, I already messed it up. No, it's bladed. Let me see if it's... Oh my god. It blades. Okay, let's go get a. Let's go get a. Does it come with the? It doesn't come with the co-lock, right? Okay, I need to get a co-lock. Okay. Dad, you see that? Where's my co-lock?
You ring?
Look, come look. That happened. Ari.
Yeah, there's rocks there.
Ari. Hey Ari, how come I can't? It didn't come with a code lock.
It puts the car lock in your inventory when you buy it, so it should be somewhere in your bag.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm setting it now. This takes a little bit longer than I thought.
Yeah, it takes a couple seconds to put them on.
And then wait, okay. Chat, you're gonna see my number. So I'm gonna go like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna set it and I'll bring you guys back. Okay, sorry, chat. Yeah. Hey, Ari, I was gonna ask you, what is I gonna, oh, if I put stuff inside, can I store it? Will it still be there?
Yeah. Inventory safe in the garages, so you can have stuff in it and put it in the garage. And it'll be fine.
I guess I should move it. Thank you, I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
He's so nice. Chat. Okay, we gotta not kill the admin, right? Not kill the admin. Okay, let me put my stuff inside it first before I park it. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna mute them.
I like to hide in my special secret channel where I don't have to be around anybody. Ew.
What the hell is that guy? So I couldn't sell these, so I'm gonna put these in here. I'm gonna hold on to that. don't need 2 of those. Okay, so I have this for the bears and stuff. I have this for the regular. St. Victor. So this is the gun I'm gonna store. The St. Victor is the 5.5. Okay, yeah, that one. Store that with this ammo.
Fuck out.
Extra suppressor. Extra bandage. Extra of those. Don't need that. I don't need 2 of those. Let's put a seed in here. Two, 3, 8. Our knives. Extra of those. Shit, what is he doing? Oh, he's trying to fly. Chat, you see that? It's trying to fly on top of me.
Ah, he's stuck.
Hey, I'm just putting my stuff away.
Ooh, I see my bottle.
Yeah, you do. A pretty one. Pretty one. Okay, chat. We're good.
Hello.
What's happening, brother?
Okay. Let me put you guys back on. Okay, you're not on. It's, I mean, you know, it's just running around, you know, just up to you. Oh, okay. Personal,
It won't let you pull cars out?
store vehicle. Close. Yes. Ari, I did it. I
What?
stored it.
Why is this thing spawning sticks in here?
Oh,
Yeah,
those
it
my,
did
Turning
that,
the cars into
those
short
my
sticks.
still?
And so when you put the car in a garage, it turns
Oh.
it into a matchbox. and it shoves it under the ground, so it doesn't have to load in, and it's leaving sticks when it does that for some reason.
Here you go. Use your stick.
Try to see if you can pull it out, Survivor. Says there's a supply bag under the ground. Entity moved. Okay, so that's not there at all. Still not working?
Bro, you need sticks like that, man.
Oh man, I need. Oh, I didn't see these. Okay, I need to sell this. I need to sell this. I need to store this
Who is...
another time. This goes here.
Drone working. I just gotta finish the helicopter keybinds. It really screwed me all the way back up to defaults, which I don't use with this keyboard and mouse.
Alright, I'll delete it. I'll get rid of
I
it.
usually just change
No,
the
don't do that.
cyclic, change the cyclic raise and lowers with my selective raise and lowers.
Oh.
Yeah, I changed that. I
Oh,
changed
no,
my
what-
recovery button. What?
I wasn't going to delete your heli. I was going to delete the flag at Bayville, at the Millie base.
Oh. Okay. Alright, let me... Shit, what was I about to do? Oh yeah, buttons. Buttons.
Okay, so this is Honey Badger and SN Auto. Sell those.
Alright, I think that's it. Let me go test this out now.
Let's see. Magazine. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna sell this one. And honey. Okay, that's it. Chat. I'm gonna go eat, chat. I'm gonna unwrap this and then go eat. You could put a knife here. Oh, you know, we should put a paper. So when we start a fire, we have paper already. Okay. We are ready for next time, chat. We are ready. Oh, here's the Kuppa Joys of... Look, it says Kuppa Joy! Survivor dog tag. Aww. So I guess when we die, something happens to us, you know? Okay. Oh, we are ready. Let's go deposit this money. 2631. Deposit. Okay. So we still have $1 million, so we're using 500,000 for the cabin. And we're gonna buy some... Yeah, we have enough. Buy some storage for base. Oh, there's bones right there. They don't have dogs, right? We can't get a dog now. Okay, so we'll go right here and we'll log out. Alright, I'm logging off. Thanks again. I'll see you.
Alright, you have a good one.
You
I'll
too.
see you around.
Bye. Okay, chat, that's it for me. Thank you for hanging out with me. What time is it? Oh, it's 6:39 my time. I think Tony is coming back later, but I probably won't stream later. So, just so you know, unless Bear and Possum comes on for any reason, I'll stream. But otherwise, yeah, that's it for today. Thanks again for hanging out with me. Thanks again for the follow. I appreciate that. And if you subscribe, oh, thank you so very much. I'll see you next time, okay? Bye, guys. Thanks again.